Welcome, Naysayer Nation, to another edition of the Aftershow Podcast. I am your humble do-rag impresario, Sadot the Gamer, joined by the great J Shock Blast, and we got a potentially bigger show than normal. We may have some special guests dropping by. If they do, we'll just invite them in at our leisure. But first, we have to get the elephant in the room out of the way. We lost a member of the family this week, Mr. Shock Blast, our best boy.
Yeah. So I wanted to do this tonight. I want to just get just do it. You know what I mean? So last week, Thor got to say goodbye to everybody. I didn't know it would be goodbye, but we suspected. Unfortunately, last night, Thor did pass away. And now he is in Valhalla with all the other gods, and it's been a tough 2 weeks. And sure. I'm doing the best I can. My wife, my brother, my mom, they're doing the best they can, because honestly, this is a family dog, and they were really, he was as big a part of their life, as anything. And he was the best. I love him so much, and I'm gonna really miss him. It's a little surreal sometimes.
Yeah.
Because for almost 10 years, almost 9 years actually, because he was about 10 months old when we got him. We adopted him from a shelter in New Jersey, almost Delaware. It was meant to be, I never should have found Thor, but some things are just meant to be. Yeah. And he was the best. He honestly, he was so good, so gentle, so loving. Except if you were a mailman, a delivery driver, or a police officer. For whatever reason, he was like NWA, fuck the police.
I mean, I'm the same way, so
I don't understand. Oh, and drive-through people. He developed we couldn't go in the drive-through with him anymore because he would get mad if they didn't give him something. Because sometimes you go to the bank or somewhere and they give you a treat to give the dog, and he just started getting angry. It's never aggressive except in the drive-through.
I mean, to be fair, that's unacceptable that you don't give a adorable dog a treat when they're in a drive-through. That should be a law.
Yeah, but yeah, I honestly can't thank everybody enough that's kind of pulled through and liked my tweet or shared their stuff. Nick, Nick sent some wonderful messages that everything helps, and I'm sorry for anybody that has to go through this. It's terrible. But he had a heart attack April of last year, and that's when it all kind of started. And for all intents and purposes, he never should have made it past that day. So we got a year and a half extra with him.
Yeah.
And we made the most of it. It wasn't always the best, but he lives on as the logo. I've thought about it, what happens? Do I change it? Do I but I feel like I have to, he's just, because we've got Evie and she's not going to replace Thor, but obviously we're going to love her the same way we loved Thor, and the same way we loved Teddy before Thor. So it's going to be different. it's already different. But I just really honestly appreciate, like, it's crazy the amount of interaction I've had around my tweets talking about the situation in the last couple days, and literally only one person was a dick.
Yeah.
Like,
It's pretty
literally
it's pretty
only one.
relatable. It's pretty relatable. I mean, like a lot of people love their pets and are going through it, and then there are a lot. Pretty much everyone has lost a family before, so it's tough. It's relatable.
And it really, like, it's overwhelming. It really is. And some people have messaged me privately too, and it just means a lot to know that people are thinking about my family right now. And I sensed this was going to happen, and I approached Sadot about it a couple days ago and said, look, it's not looking good. I think we should try to get some other people to come on. I still am probably going to want to try to do this. I feel pretty good right now. I'm not going to lie. I thought I'd already lost my shit by now.
Yeah.
But
Going good.
I think we're, it sucks. It sucks because there's that emptiness and that void. And he was like my shadow. Like, if I like up, he got up. Like, and he was just attached to me. Like, everywhere I went, I couldn't even like take a poop half the time without him like laying down at my feet. It's like, dude, there's a door. It was shut. How'd you get in here? It's
You'll find a way.
yeah. He was so good, and I hate that we're talking about him in the past tense, but man, he was so loved. Like, the vets that we went to, it's a big animal hospital. It's also like a college, a veterinary college. And everybody there knew him, which I guess is not always the best thing.
No.
but like, we went in a little after around midnight, and our primary vet suddenly just appeared in like civilian clothes, and I couldn't believe it. She our Dr. Melhorn is her name, and she was just amazing. Like, she would call us from her home. Um, you know, so yeah.
So that's what you want from a doctor that goes above and beyond.
Yeah. And honestly, Mike, you can go fuck yourself, honestly. Like, let me have a minute here. And like, if you don't want to be here, go somewhere else. Like, who cares? Like, maybe we're just gonna talk doom and gloom the whole night. Maybe that's what we're gonna do. Like, honestly,
Yeah.
like, there always had to be that like one guy.
Always the one guy.
It's like, dude,
Read the
give
room.
me a minute. Jesus Christ. And it's not doom and gloom. This is life, and we've all gone through stuff, and I'm trying to like do this is helping me get through it, but it needed to be addressed, like you said, elephant in the room. And yeah,
how's,
I'm
how's our
Evie.
best girl Evie?
She's got a long way to go.
Yeah.
She's definitely like confused,
Yeah.
because she loved Thor so much. Like, she really did, and I wish she got more time with him. But she's the the main character now.
Yeah.
So it's just gonna come down to helping her, because she came from a bad situation too. She came from a hoarding situation where there were like around 70 other boxers taken, and she was one of them. And yeah, so
Thinking about getting another sibling for Evie.
I think we will at some point, because having two is definitely nice, but we haven't even discussed that, and I don't think either of us are going to be ready for a while.
Yeah,
If we do, it'll probably be the summer, or like a situation that just, like, we weren't really looking for Evie.
and then it just popped up. Yeah.
It just popped up. So, and that's kind of what happened with Thor. I wasn't 100% ready because my Teddy, my previous boxer, had passed away about a month or two earlier, and it just happened, and it all worked. So,
Well,
but yeah,
yes. Well, it's like the great philosopher Phil Collins said, you know, let fate decide.
yeah, yeah. So I mean, I've been doing the best I can to get through it. The Patriots certainly didn't help me at all today. God, they sucked. But
At least they're not the Sixers.
oh
Holy
God,
shit!
yeah,
Holy fuck! Did that go bad?
yeah,
I was thinking, oh man, they got. Oh man, we had a great off season. Didn't wasn't a fan of Embiid playing the Olympics. I think they should have shut that shit down. But Maxi's going to have a leap. We got Paul George. We picked up Caleb Martin. Jarrett McCain is a steal. Like we're gonna have a great. Oh boy.
yeah,
Could not have gone to work.
yeah. And they've got. I mean, at least they got what McCain. He's
Yeah, rookie of the year.
yeah. I
They keep
mean,
playing them.
you know, I mean, the Celtics beat the Cavs. I saw you tried to butter me up a little bit with that that Celtics picture in the back.
The one and only time I'm gonna I'm gonna do it.
I mean, that's true friendship though. And man, there was nothing worse than like bawling my eyes out at like whatever time in the morning you posted that video because because that song is so special. It's already a song that, I mean, the lyrics are obvious, it
yeah,
won't be long, we'll meet again, you
yeah, that
know.
yeah. I was literally listening to that. I was editing and it came up. That song came up on my Spotify playlist, and then as soon as I saw your tweet, I immediately went in and made that video.
Well, I showed my wife and she really appreciated it too, and it was really touching. It was really nice. And I mean, like I said to you in DMs, like that's Kill Switch Engage, Rose of Sharon. That's already like a really special song to me, for so many reasons. And yeah, it's
Yeah, that was good. I love that. I love that song. I'm glad you put Kill Switch Engage in my rotation because they weren't on my radar at all. But you kept talking about them, so I was like, oh well, let me check them out. Let me check this out because I like all sorts of stuff.
But other than weirdo guy, thank you guys for being patient with me here. I just want to have like I want to just be normal, like we're gonna have our time, but I mean, it's not gonna change, like we are where we are. It happened, and we're doing better than I thought we would, but also having our moment. So
Yeah.
we will get on to other things because obviously there's a lot going on. I will say that what got me through my day though is Dragon Age the Veilguard.
Really?
So
were you playing it?
yeah, that's what I've been playing like the last 2 days, like to just kill my time because like I'm sorry, I love that game. I really do.
Actually, I finished it the other day. I'm at the I finished it after about 61 hours
Yeah.
of play. I looked. I was like, holy shit, because I have 2 playthroughs. I didn't finish my second playthrough yet, but I started one because I planned on doing at least 2, and then I finished my main playthrough because I wanted to start wrapping up some of these games because your boy spent a little money on Black Friday.
Oh yeah.
I had to take advantage of a couple of these deals, and then I was like, you know what, I'm gonna have to finish some of these games, man, because I went in the PlayStation store, I saw and checked out their deals. I saw Cyberpunk 2077 was $20.
Yeah.
I was like, well, fuck, oh fuck, I have to buy it now.
Yeah.
So I ended up buying that and Phantom Liberty, because it was Phantom Liberty was like a little more expensive than the main game. Then I saw on Amazon that Elden Ring was $20 also, so I was like, well, fuck, I gotta get that too.
I'm not gonna lie, I almost for $20, I almost did it
because it's $20. I was like,
That's why, like, I had a tweet go a little, like, because I think it was Trix that posted that picture in our group chat, that I thought it was on PlayStation, but I guess it was on Epic Games, that Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League was only $5
like
for,
$5
for the Ultimate Edition. And I'm like, I just tweeted, like, literally, there is no way you cannot have $5 worth of fun with this game. Like,
100%.
like for $5 to get a full blown game, there is no way you can pass that up. Like, any game, $5. You tell me, like, Squirrel Girl the video game is $5, I will buy that. Just to hate play it. Like, but
if
then
Gollum was $5, I would have bought it.
but then Highruler brought up a good point. I honestly forgot to check in. I don't know if it's still $5, but like, that's actually cheaper than buying a battle pass. And I think you get 2 battle pass tokens with it.
Yep.
And it's cross play. So when you get those battle pass tokens, like, they apply to your account. So all you have to do is log in on Epic Games, play a little bit, and link it with your PlayStation account or your Xbox account, and you're getting the battle pass for free. Like the last battle pass, or if you didn't buy this battle pass, like,
and
you cannot beat that.
You're probably going to want this one. I mean, not only is it the last one, but it's the one everyone wants, Deathstroke. So
right, exactly. So
like, it's a perfect time. Just come in for Deathstroke, $5. Get in on a Deathstroke. It's probably revealed in the next 3 weeks or so.
Yeah. So yeah, man, it's been a week.
It has. I was usually when I'm
up yesterday.
Yeah. Capcom sent that to me. Shout out to Capcom.
The physical or the
digital. They sent me the whole thing.
Yeah, I know there was like a link where I could have signed up to get it, but I knew I was just gonna buy the physical. So I'll probably do that. Co-op is coming to Funko Fusion this week on console, so I'm gonna definitely be doing that. I think tomorrow I'm gonna take one more day, and just kind of relax.
I might troll Jay in a little Funko Fusion.
Nice. Well, I need people to play with. You can play with 4 people, and I need there's special currency you get in co-op, and I need to unlock that new Skeletor. like there's new skins and everything for everybody. And
perfect, because I have not played since that first day. So
and the Invincible DLC just came out. It's $10, but you get the blue Invincible, 2 different Adam Eves, and Rexplode. And there's also a Viltrumite skin for Omni-Man, but that's free.
Ooh.
It's just a white skin. Also, my brain is not like
this is
functional, so I'm all over the place.
You're tempting me, Jay.
You know what else is going to tempt you? Chapter 6 of Fortnite.
Is it?
Did you see what the big collab is?
I've heard a lot. So I know there's a Cyberpunk collab. There's Godzilla.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
And
Demon Slayer.
Yeah.
Demon Slayer.
It's supposed to be like Japanese themed. So, but the Cyberpunk, I guess, is the game, not the anime.
Which is an L. But
I played Cyberpunk at launch and I loved it, and I'm interested to see what you think of it.
Yeah, now that I get to play it when it's actually like good, apparently, not buggy as shit, and it's got all the updates, it's got everything in there. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
I really didn't have that many problems with it. The big problem is I bought Phantom Liberty and never played it because like I logged in, I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? I don't remember where I'm at. I don't remember what I was doing. So I just
like that. Yeah, I'll get to it. After I finished Dragon Age of Veilguard, I finished Stellar Blade, and then I was like, okay, now I can start Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, because I only got 2 hours into that one.
I still haven't even opened it.
Yeah, so I played the first 2 hours because Square was nice enough to send it to me. I haven't gone back to it. Also got the try. I also downloaded Black Myth Wukong because there's a free trial,
Oh,
so
nice.
you could just try it for 2 hours before. So I think I might do a stream for Black Myth Wukong. See if it appeals to me. So I got a lot to get through.
Yeah,
I haven't even played the freaking Star Wars Outlaws DLC that has all the overhauled mechanics and stuff, apparently, because I was
I
basically
didn't
making
notice
videos
many
all
big
day.
changes. I
Yeah,
played. It's first of all, as I was extremely excited that it came with a full Boba Fett suite of stuff. You can make your ship look like the colors of Slave One. She's got an outfit. There's a helmet to go on your little bike. There's like I'm never taking it off. But I was very disappointed that like the mission chain is like 3 hours.
yes, yeah. I saw some people cover it, and they were pretty short streams. I was like, oh, okay, yeah. So it's not that not exactly a Shadow of the Erd Tree level expansion.
Yeah, that was I had a stream set up and I was literally taking Thor outside so that I could so you could go to the bathroom because I knew it'd be a little bit of a longer stream. And as we were walking up the stairs, he collapsed on the stairs, which is the scariest one that I
Yeah,
ever had to go through. I like literally had to hold him up until he got through it. And he wasn't quite through it, but he was through it enough to get to the top of the stairs. And that's was the second time that day that it happened, and I knew that that it was
yeah.
getting bad. So I ended up canceling the stream, and as he was kind of resting, I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna record it. If I post it, I post it. I just want to I need something to do.
Yeah.
And I just kind of slowly played it, and I eventually just released everything together. Like I think I started and stopped like 5 times, and I didn't even really edit it that well. I just one big 3-hour video, you're up.
Ooh,
And
that's a chunky one.
yeah, but it is what it. I mean, people would probably watch it more if I streamed it, but that's all I could put myself through at that time.
That makes sense. I think I'm gonna experiment with some of those one of those longer playthroughs because it works for some people, and I'm wondering. But yeah, unfortunately I had committed to streaming the Golden Joystick, and I had also did another video that day, so I was not able to do Outlaws, but I did have fun streaming the Golden Joystick as
Yeah, I stopped in for a bit.
the award season is it's getting spicy, Mr. Blast. A lot of brouhaha about Shadow of the Erd Tree getting nominated for Game of the Year. I'm surprised I'm not hearing more. I guess because people don't care because the Game Awards is the bigger deal. But the Golden Joysticks was really interesting because this is supposed to be the one that's fan driven. But some of those results were pretty.
I didn't honestly see any of them. I think Ben Starr was on when I
Ben,
jumped in.
Ben was hosting. He was great.
He looked like AI though.
Eastwood kept making fun of his shirt.
Yeah, it looked weird. The presentation looked weird.
It was pretty funny, but so unsurprisingly, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth won a lot. Helldivers 2 won a lot. Black Myth Wukong barely got nominated. I think it got 2 nominations, but one of the nominations was for Ultimate Game of the Year, which it won. So Shadow Tree wasn't nominated for Ultimate Game of the Year, but surprisingly, Veilguard won, which was crazy.
What did it won?
So Veilguard was nominated for Ultimate Game of the Year, but it wasn't, and it didn't up. And the way they do it is that they'll do a cutoff of the finalists. They'll announce like the top 5 or 4 or whatever. And Wukong ended up winning Ultimate Game of the Year. They have an Ultimate Game of the Year, a PC Game of the Year, and a Console Game of the Year. So their version of Game of the Year, the ultimate one, went to Black with Wukong. So congrats to Wukong. But it was a big night for Astrobot, Helldivers 2, and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. They seem to win the most, and everything else they showed a lot of love to indie games, which you appreciate.
I haven't really started to think, because I try to put a lot of thought into it when I'm picking my favorite game of the year. When I do this, it's not the game I think was the best one of the year. It's the game that was my favorite of the year. And right now I'm kind of leaning towards Dragon Age, but I don't know if it's recency bias. I know Astrobot is up there for me. Believe it or not, Suicide Squad might be somewhere in there for me because I had a lot of fun playing that game. But I know it won't be it, but it'll be somewhere.
It actually did get a nomination, I think, at the Golden Joystick.
For what?
I think Deborah Wilson got nominated for
awesome.
Best Supporting.
Yeah, she's great. So
which was deserved. The game wasn't great, but she was.
I hated her.
She was. I actually love. I think she actually might have my favorite portrayal of Amanda Waller.
Yeah,
that I've seen so far. I like hers much better than I like the better because I love the anime, but which I have to finish. But her Viola Davis, the animated ones, all of them. I like Deborah Wilson. I think she just had the best Amanda. I feel like she perfectly kind of captured what the essence of Amanda Waller. She's like she's got the auntie energy, but she's also she's fiercely patriotic, but also kind of a fucking monster. It was a perfect performance. I thought she was great.
Yeah, I agree. I thought she was just fantastic.
Yeah, love Viola Davis. She's fantastic actress, but I do prefer Deborah. I do prefer Auntie Deborah. I thought she was the better. I thought she was the better. Yeah, like how can you not? I'm your daddy now, Shark. She's the fucking best. I mean, Deborah Wilson absolutely is my Amanda Waller. If I think Viola Davis is still going to be the Amanda Waller of the DCU, but James Gunn, if you're listening to this podcast, which I know you do, every week, consider at least doing Elseworlds with Amanda Waller played by Deborah Wilson. I think it'll go really well.
I did tell you this privately, but I talked to Blitzwinger, and I think we're gonna have him on the show at some point soon. He said he was interested.
Perfect.
So that'll be a lot of fun for
I got it
out there.
I'm hit up Mighty Keith as well. See if we can book him.
Nice.
Since he just started following me.
Nice.
Gotta take advantage of the opportunity. See.
Yeah, let's invite James. I thought we need Miller on again. Well, we're trying.
We're trying to get Miller. He may pop in. Miller's a busy man. He's covering Marvel Rivals. He's a big shot now, even more so than before.
Yeah, I do. I want to just say, and I know we did it privately, but Blitz sent me a couple of messages over the last couple of days, and it really kind of meant a lot. So
shout out to Blitzwinger.
I've worked with him a bunch of times in the past on some stuff, and I love Blitz. He's he's a great dude, and I think he'd be a really cool person to talk to on one of these.
Yeah, I definitely want to chat.
I should have asked him a long time ago, to be honest with you. I'm bad at this.
I definitely love to chat with him up about because he's a YouTube veteran. He's been on the platform for 10 years.
Oh, longer than that,
yeah.
We kind of started around the same time. I met him at E3 when we went. We did a thing together. So
we'll do. You heard that, James Gunn. Make sure we're getting plenty of non-Batman games in your DCU.
Yeah,
we've honestly had it. I'm fine with having Batman games. I'm sure he's your cash cow, milk him. But you got to have some other games. Sometimes you have to. It's getting ridiculous. Like that's why I'm hoping. I'm looking forward to the CCXP and the Game Awards. I'm hoping that we finally get some, at least Wonder Woman. Like fuck. Come on.
When is the Game Awards?
So the Game Awards is the 12th, and the CCXP is on the 5th, same day as Creature Commandos.
Okay.
So we could have some W promotion, and then Marvel Rivals drops on the 6th. So that's going to be busy.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a good segue into Marvel Rivals. Were you in the creator chat last night?
I'm usually not in the creator chat. It's
there was a impromptu
I saw I saw they did the thing with the I usually when there's something important, I usually try to play catch up later.
Yeah.
I just don't enjoy popping into the chat that often because it's usually nonsense going on. But
this was actually good. There's a big Q&A, and it seems like things are going to be interesting. It was basically everybody requesting their favorite character. I basically Caboose asked for like Gambit and someone else, and I said I want whoever. Yeah. I don't want whoever Caboose wants.
Fair. Yeah, I saw the poll. I actually voted in it. They put a poll in the Discord of what heroes you want to see next in Marvel Rivals, and quite a list. Actually, several of the ones that I suggested. They had last I checked, Ghost Rider was surprisingly the most popular over Wolverine.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it went Ghost Rider, Deadpool, Wolverine.
That list makes sense though.
And then Nightcrawler, which I voted for, which I was very proud of.
I would think that those are 3 absolute must-have characters pretty quickly in. I would have thought Deadpool and Wolverine would have been one too.
Yeah.
So yeah, I agree with you. It's definitely a little surprising. Yeah, we got everybody in chat basically saying who they want now.
Howard the Duck.
And that
White Tiger.
I feel like there's actually a good chance of Howard the Duck being in it because, like, think about it. You've got Jeff the Land Shark, know, and you've got Rocket Raccoon, so they can do smaller characters. But like, I feel like they do on Superman. I do feel like they like to use characters like that,
Yeah, for sure. Even the list they had, apart from those are the big 4, then it was also Thanos, Gambit, Black Bolt, Emma Frost, Green Goblin.
Black Bolt I guess could be cool, but Black Bolt I think is boring. I think I know it seems like there's a stan in the chat. I think Emma Frost is boring. But I think she could have some kind of cool. I feel like Emma Frost would just be like Groot in a lot of ways, like she would put up the diamond walls, and I mean she could go hard.
Paragraphs being typed right now. We're gonna pretend you did say that, Jay.
I'm just not a big Emma Frost guy. I've just never been. Emma Frost has never really been my thing,
I'm all about the Emma Frost. Instead of, I would replace Black Bolt with Quake though, because come on, Quake is way better.
The only person that's more boring than Black Bolt is Quake.
Okay, all right, we might have to fight now.
The literally only reason that anybody likes Quake is because of Chloe Bennett.
I'm going to tell Miller.
I will tell Miller myself. I feel like I have told him that before, and I don't know, man. I don't know.
The culture needs Quake,
and here, Quake voiced by Chloe Bennett, but you can't even look at her though. Like, if you can't look at Chloe Bennett, then I don't need it.
They could. Well, I will say one of the great things about Marvel Rivals is the character designs, and I have.
I'm not gonna lie. I would absolutely. I am absolutely afraid of King Greek, so I'm gonna shut the fuck up now.
I think they would do. I think they would do Quake justice, just like they've done every character so far. Hawkeye looks absolutely badass. This Magneto skin is god tier.
And for the record, the only reason I asked for Batman Ninja is because after I said, "How do I get it so that like whoever Caboose wants isn't in the game?" He said, "I want whoever Jay wants." And I said, "Okay, give me Batman Ninja."
There you go.
So
Boom. Yeah. Well, he had to outsmart Caboose.
I'm not listen, Tay, I'm not campaigning for anyone. Like I think Richard Rider would be great for the game, but like I understand where he is, like where he stands in all of this, you know. And if he gets in, great. But would I actually even like that play style? Because I feel like he would just play a little bit like Iron Man
Yeah.
a little bit.
You're not a fan of the Flyers.
Yeah, I mean you can't really do Nova without him being a flyer. And maybe I get used to it, you know, but like I don't know. I feel like I would end up hating him. Like I that's my big fear, you know. I I think Deadpool makes the most. I want Deadpool the most out of everybody that's not in it yet. Even more than Nova because I think Deadpool would be more my style.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. Yeah, duelist. He's got dual wielding pistols. He's got the katanas. Yeah, yeah, it would be a pretty cool play style. But I was looking at Hawkeye, and Hawkeye looks like he's going to be very popular in ranked
Yeah.
because it looks like because he's a 4-star, and I I love Hawkeye. He looks really cool, but he's definitely if you can't aim, you definitely can't use him. I can tell her that because he's got some unbelievable skills. He can literally one shot you with with his normal arrow attack, his piercing arrow. But the trick is you really have to be able to aim because when you draw it back, the longer you hold it, the the more it charges up, and once it gets to 100%, then it can one shot if you hit him in the head, but it only charges up if if your reticle is actually on the target. Otherwise, it's not going to charge at all. So his playstyle rewards you if you can really aim,
Mhm.
but if you and he can like deflect projectiles with his melee, which is crazy. But if you can get to his alt, then it doesn't matter if you can aim or not, because this is his alt might be one where people ask for a nerf because when his alt is active, you don't have to charge your shot; they're automatically charged at full. So that's an automatic kill if he gets a headshot. But every time you move, it leaves an after image, and if you hit the after image, the damage transfers to the player,
Mhm.
so you can't dodge or hide behind cover.
Gotcha.
So you're basically fucked. You have to if Hawkeye pops his ult, you have to take out Hawkeye.
Well, that's kind of like Scarlet Witch too, right? Like
Yeah, but the problem is Scarlet Witch. Yeah, it's like you know because she comes floating around in the screen like
right.
care, care. With Hawkeye, he just threw. Pop, pop, you don't know the alt's active until you're dead. Until you're dead. There's no charge up time. There's no big. It just activates.
I'm really hoping the game does well. Because like, you know, I know Paul Tassi wrote that article about how the aesthetics are like probably one of the best that Marvel games has ever done.
100%.
And we all kind of agree with that. Like they're dropping these skins every day, and it's like, God damn, it's better than the last one.
Yeah.
Like that Hella one the other day. It's like, oh my
Oh,
God, that is so
Jesus.
sick. And all of them, just all of them, you know, and
Yeah, even the MCU ones, I wasn't honestly their MCU Scarlet Witch looks better than the actual MCU Scarlet Witch. The
yeah.
literal what is based on like it looks crazy. Like
My big thing is I noticed a difference and like in my streams and whatever from when it went from being you need a code to play to anybody can kind of play, like, you know what I mean? There are
Yeah.
no codes to give away. As soon as the codes were not there, it kind of tailed off, you know what I mean? So I'm just kind of hoping that that's not like it was the FOMO that was, giving the attention. But I don't think it will be. I think because Overwatch has a huge following, and I don't want to sit here and say, "Oh, this is just Marvel Overwatch," because we know it's not
Yeah.
100% that.
But
But
the fact is, a lot of Overwatch players are looking at Marvel Rivals, and because it is a hero shooter, and I've seen a lot of top Overwatch streamers and top ranked players switching over to Marvel Rivals and doing Marvel Rivals content. So there's
yeah,
definitely what I think is going to happen, or what has to happen, is like people are curious. I think there's going to be drop off. I think the viewership is going to depend for now on like what the channel is. Like I've seen like my Marvel Rival content still is doing well, but I think that the thing is that a lot of Marvel game fans, they're coming off Insomniac Spider-Man, Guardians of the Galaxy, Marvel's Avengers, and this is a straight up competitive PvP shooter, and most of them probably have never played one before. So I'm guessing like they're on the fence for now about whether or not they should be excited, because they don't know if they're actually going to like the game or not. So I think that what we're going to see, because it's growing, the Discord's growing. There's a lot of interest. I saw, the Hawkeye trailer got a ton of views. So there's definitely an audience for Marvel Rivals. I think we'll see how high it can go once everyone can try it out,
right,
because I think especially those first couple of days are going to be huge, because
sure.
there's no FOMO, there's no codes. Everyone is going to be able to try it. It's free. It's on Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. And people, a lot of Overwatch people will be coming over. People who like Overwatch type stuff are going to be everyone's going to at least either be playing it or watching other people play it to see if it's something that they want to check out.
Sorry, I was just checking Indiana Jones's release date because I was like, "Oh, is that the 6th too?" But it's the 9th.
Oh yeah, they emailed me about that too. I don't have an Xbox or a PC, but I gotta wait till next year. But it did do really well during the last beta, especially on Steam. So I think I gotta play the new build, but I think it could go well. I don't know if it's going to replace Overwatch. It doesn't have it doesn't have like the story campaign at all. So, oh, hey girl, it doesn't have the story campaign, so it's going to turn off some casuals for sure. But I think it could definitely chip into the hero shooter market, and we'll see how well they can sustain it.
I'm sorry, she was just looking so sad.
Oh,
But I think I just realized this because my wife went upstairs and she's this is Evie. She's weird. She does not. She's still struggling with like space, and her safe space is here.
okay.
So she doesn't love going upstairs if only one of us is up there.
Oh, okay.
So like if I'm here and she's up there, she will stay down here. But if we're both up there, then she's up there, So I don't know. She's also confused because we took the huge dog bed out because I can't
Yeah.
have it there anymore. I'm getting rid of it. It's too big for her. It was good for both of them, but I can't see that every day.
Yeah,
So
100%.
yeah, but she's hanging in there, aren't you, Evie?
She misses her big bro Thor.
She is looking for him. Yeah, I'm gonna be the best. Listen, we play together. You know what I mean?
Uh, yeah.
I'm always here to get carried. I think
Mm.
I'm average at the game. Maybe little bit above.
Mm.
I think depending on who I am, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. Well, we know King Greek is a sweater, so
Yeah, I'm down to play with anybody. Obviously playing with oh man, is that the Spooter? Okay, because I feel like Spooter is a ringer. Uh, so yeah.
stop lying, King Greek. God is watching.
No, we'll have to do like a big panel when it like the after show after it comes out.
Yeah.
We'll do like a big panel.
Mr. King Greek, I have literal hours worth of footage of you not being a casual. I have literal hours of you being a sweaty, toxic Marvel Rivals enjoyer. You're not denying these allegations, buddy.
How are you feeling about this so far? And Emperor Maxis, I'm hanging in there. Thank you.
So, well,
Chat can answer too.
this is gonna depend heavily on the remaining heroes that are going to be revealed. I I guess I can't say who I know is being revealed, but I can say based on the teases who I'm guessing they're going to reveal, and I think we're going to get Black Widow and Hawk and Wolverine for sure. So based on that, the first hero I'm picking up when I play Rivals is going to be Wolverine. Obligatory. And then I'm gonna just kind of rotate through the new characters that they added. I know I'm really excited to try out Psylocke, Hawkeye, Moon Knight look really fun. Captain America and Bucky.
I think Moon Knight is going to be the first character I try because I mean, if I can, obviously, because I've already played a lot of the other characters, so I'm going to want to play somebody that wasn't in the beta.
Yeah,
and I already love Moon Knight, so I feel like Moon Knight is probably going to be who I try out first. I'm sad that I don't love Thor in this game, but if they have like stuff that you can unlock based on the character, I will just grind out Thor to unlock everything that comes with him
okay.
first.
And they've made some updates and balancing changes as well, and they said that's something they're going to be doing ongoing. So that's the other thing. Like once I tested the new heroes, we definitely got to check out the changes that they made to the previous ones. They said they're going to have some stuff on the website where you're actually going to be able to look at their detailed stats now. You're going to be able to look at pick rate, success rate, and stuff like that. So, it's possible that characters that maybe were a little underwhelming were buffed. I know Jeff. I know from the Chinese technical test that Jeff the Landshark, for instance, got several very important buffs because Jeff is a really good healer, but he had some very notable weaknesses. Specifically, if you dove Jeff, there's basically nothing you could. There's basically nothing you like. If you're diving the back line, if you attack Mantis or Luna, you have to be very careful. Even Adam Warlock, because they can kill you pretty easily. But with Jeff, he was basically helpless. There's nothing you could do. So you had to really protect him.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I love playing as Jeff.
He's great. He's so cute.
I think based on who I've played in the beta, I would probably say I'm gonna play a lot of Scarlet Witch. I liked her. Probably play a lot of Jeff. Probably play a lot of Rocket.
Loki got buffed. So yeah, I actually agree with this because I thought Loki was good too. The problem with Loki is that I thought as a healer, I thought Loki was kind of lackluster. I think that was my biggest issue with Loki. Like even as a off healer, I thought Loki's healing was usually underwhelming. Like his lanterns were really good, especially if you were playing people who didn't know how to play around him. But I felt that I felt that Loki could still needed a little bit more. Like I thought he was I thought he was firmly like a B tier character. I thought there was definitely room for him to grow.
Yeah, I actually never actually played Loki.
Yeah, he's definitely not a pick up and play character, but I like him. You get used to him. You know, you gotta be a little more strategic with how you run Loki. But I liked him. I liked him a lot. I played a lot of Loki, but Rocket Raccoon ended up being I think Rocket ended up being my favorite healer. So if I had to run healer, I usually was on Rocket or Adam. I preferred Rocket. I really like Rocket.
Yeah, I didn't like Adam. And it's very possible that it was on me. But yeah.
Yeah, he definitely he takes some getting used to. Once you like kind of get used to the character and his abilities, he's really great. Like he's got because the thing you're used to doing is like, especially if you're playing like a Adam Warlock or some type of healer, you used to just kind of hanging around stationary and staying within range of your guys so you can heal them. But with Rocket, you kind of have to run around a lot, especially because his healing is like the bouncing balls. So you got to use different angles to make sure you hit everybody.
Yeah.
And he's great at escaping. He can because he can move around so much, reposition himself, and he could do pretty good damage with his guns. He's got that revival thing. You set up your machine, and you can, and as soon as your teammate dies, they automatically come back. Like he's really good. He's the character I got gold rank with, so I got a special place in my heart for Rocket Raccoon. Definitely rocking out with him. He's pretty great. I feel like people slept on Storm. I don't think they slept on Storm. I
mean, they wanted to.
Personally, I would love to, but respectfully. But I played Storm, and I thought she was kind of mid. So other.
That's the first time I think I've ever seen that.
The actual pause. That's pretty good. That did not deserve a pause though. No, she's got the best part to me. The best part about Storm was her alt. Like that was the primary reason to use her, but outside that, I just didn't really feel her as a character, especially, you know, she's as a flyer, you know, you're more vulnerable. She's kind of slow. She doesn't really have much mobility. So I wasn't really digging Storm's play style. To me, the only redeeming thing was her alt, but I gave her a try. Wasn't feeling her.
Oh, I did like Magneto too. Yeah.
Love that. Yeah. We'll definitely carry you again, Greek.
Did you hear? There's like a Magneto line on the new Kendrick Lamar album.
Mustard,
dude. I kind of couldn't wait to like talk about that album. That it's so good. I do understand and appreciate the meme, but there's so much good shit on that, man. I kind of like he's exactly like the type of like artist I always liked. Like I love his obsession with Tupac, because like I feel like Tupac is like my favorite of all time, you know? And it's very interesting, like the song he did basically as Tupac was so good, you know? I don't know, man.
I'm more of a Biggie guy myself, but I respect.
Yeah, you know, it's weird because like I'm an East Coast guy, you know, but like I like Biggie. I was just a Tupac guy back then, you know.
I love the West Coast. I know when I was a kid, I was a Tupac guy, but when I got older and started listening to more other music, I don't know, maybe because I got more an appreciation for lyricism, but I really ended up preferring Biggie because he is just such a fucking great rapper. Like,
yeah,
like his flow, his punchlines, they were, they were just so, he was so ahead of his time. Like,
Yeah. I've watched a few documentaries on like the history of hip hop and rap, and there is one where it kind of like went through. I try to be, Romy. There is one where they went through everybody based on
appreciate you, Robbie.
where they're from, and like the New York one was like really cool.
Yeah, for sure.
And then obviously I think there's one that like goes over like the Tupac versus Biggie situation. Um, I love documentaries in general, so like it's weird. We're not doing the do-rag again, man. I don't. I just it's tucked away, and
we if you've ever seen Jay try to tie one, you would not be in a hurry to see it again.
yeah. So, but like there's another thing that happened on the album. I don't know if you saw the whole Snoop thing where he's like, I saw Snoop retweeted Taylor made it must have been the edibles, and Snoop actually tweeted, "Yup, it was the edibles," and he like laughed about it. He's like, but then there was the line about Lil Wayne where like
that didn't go well.
that didn't go well, but like it shouldn't, like he wasn't. I don't think he was insulting Lil Wayne. I think he was just saying like, I'm a fan, and I'm sorry that my success let you down.
Yeah, I know what Wayne definitely took it some way. I didn't think he was trying to like clown Wayne, but at the same time, like it was like I love Wayne, but I thought it was kind of corny that he wasn't more. I was more happy for Kendrick getting the Super Bowl, because of course Kendrick got the Super Bowl. Like he took over pop culture that year,
Right.
and like it's not like this was the first Super Bowl that they had in New Orleans. Like I thought it was kind of lame that he didn't just celebrate Kendrick's success, especially with how much Kendrick pays his respects to people who came before him. Like they've had several Super Bowls in New Orleans, and they happened when Lil Wayne was more popular. Lil Wayne is he's a legend, he's a legacy, but
I love
was
watching the like the reaction people. I never thought I'd be a reaction video guy, but like
I love a good reaction video.
I think we've talked about before, this guy like I'm Dante or something like that. I think he's like my favorite one. And there's another guy, Knox Hill. Of course I like the white guy, but like
surprise.
but he's really smart. Like I feel like a lot of people, like I feel like his analyzing like what's being said and what it means, like a lot of people like really appreciate the way he goes about it. But there's the other guy, I'm Dante. I like watching him a lot. There's another, I don't remember their names. It's like a father and a son.
I like No Life Shaq.
I've watched him. I like him. He's cool.
I like him. He's pretty funny.
Yeah, I've watched him a few times.
I like the vibes.
I honestly just really I like hearing the interpretations of stuff, because like especially when it comes to Kendrick, because like he's such a lyricist, you know what I mean?
Well, that's one of the joys of being a fan of Lupe Fiasco.
Yeah.
There's nothing but interpretations, and if there's actual college courses dedicated to breaking down Lupe Fiasco lyrics. So that's the whole fandom is just always whenever Lupe drops up, just pulling out the textbooks and it's like, okay, what does this mean? What does this mean? I love it. It's a good.
Sorry, I took the first opportunity I could. As soon as I saw the Magneto stuff, I just thought of that line about Magneto in whichever song it was, and I needed to go right to it. But back to Marvel Rivals, because I like the second I think I saw who is it? Khalif Adams tweet about it. That it was like, wait, a Kendrick drop? And I like just instantly went to iTunes.
Did you see RDC World's skit?
No, but I I know who they are too.
Jay is black at heart now,
dude. The rabbit hole, like honestly. All right, hold on.
You gotta watch it, dude. It's so funny.
All right, watch this, okay? Let me present, share screen. Let me show you. All right, you know how like we always talk about the what do we call it? The algorithm, okay?
Yep.
Let's watch my algorithm.
A lot of OnlyFans models incoming.
So we've got this is the guy, Knox Hill. All right, Kendrick Lamar, Kendrick Lamar, Celtics.
Boo.
Kendrick Lamar,
Big titty
CM
women.
Punk,
Big titty
Kendrick
women.
Lamar.
Big titty women.
Where? Oh, I don't know what.
NPC Miles. Well, the shorts algorithm is a little wacky.
So Kendrick Lamar.
Evan Falarka. Shout out to Evan.
Yeah. Well, I mean, every once in a while they actually show me people that I follow. You know, Kendrick Lamar. Oh, speaking of, this is the guy, right?
Yep. No Life Shack. Yep.
Yeah. I followed. I'm weird. I don't follow everybody. This is the guy. I'm still Dante. This is the guy I like.
Shout out to him. I got to tap in since he's J Shock West approved.
Yeah. I feel like well, it looks like he got like a new office or something, but his old office had like all the posters on the wall were like all the shit I like. So I'm like, I feel like this guy could be my friend. So
you should invite him on the podcast.
I should
say, hey,
I think he would probably I think he might respond to you more than me though.
Why? You watch his videos.
That's true, but I don't know.
What would make him respond to me more than you?
I don't know.
Are we from the same city?
Maybe. I don't actually know where he's from, so yeah.
We've had
Caboose on.
We've literally had Caboose on the show before.
Yeah.
Very nice Canadian.
Yeah, Caboose is actually, it's funny. I don't know if you saw my tweet the other day. iOS just did this update where they created folders of people that are like you have pictures of on your phone. And like I'm like looking at mine and it's like, okay, hold on, oh, of course now I can't find it. Oh, here it is. Okay, people and pets. All right. Oh, god damn it. All right, people and pets. So obviously it's got me,
of course,
got Thor, my wife, Jigs, Evie, my mom, Eric, Uncaged Games, and Caboose. And I had to hide my niece's face because my sister-in-law does not like pictures of her on the internet.
Very good call.
Yeah.
Internet has a scary face.
Yeah. So I respect that. And even though I love her to death and would love to share all the great photos we have, you know. Yep. But yeah, so like it made like a folder for Caboose and Uncaged Games because I have lots of pictures with them on my phone.
Yep. Just you and the boys.
Yeah.
Hanging out, going to Ed Boon's mansion or whatever it is you guys do up there on your business trips.
Oh, you know, speaking of I did play some Mortal Kombat, and I actually had a good video pop off a little bit. My Ghostface video.
We love to see it.
Yeah, so Ghostface came out. It's almost up to 16,000 views, which for me lately is doing decent.
Pretty good.
But Ghostface came out in Mortal Kombat this week, and he's awesome. Yeah, I don't have any dirty pictures on my phone. I'm like the most boring person. Like I don't like I actually there was somebody I followed on Twitter that I don't remember who it was anymore. So I don't know if they're like in chat or whatever, but like I ended up having to like unfollow them because they were constantly retweeting porn accounts.
Are you talking about Dread?
No, I don't think it was him. But like I was in line at like Target or something once, just scrolling through Twitter, and then there was just like the big booty on my screen.
Definitely sounds like Dread, because I know Dread has a thing for the big booty OF girls.
I didn't I don't know. It was a while ago, so I don't know. But whoever it was, like,
Shout,
I didn't
shout.
really want to unfollow them, but it was like I can't just keep having this pop up in my feed, you know. So I was like, all
Very
right,
well.
yeah.
No, that's definitely High Ruler.
Yeah, I only know who that is because of Highruler. So
Yeah, retweeting is down horrendously. like
yeah,
like
like
like bookmarking or whatever is one thing. Like the retweeting is outrageous.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
that like that's crazy. That's crazy. I respect it though. I can't, I can't, that's insane.
Yeah, but
No,
yeah, but Mortal Kombat, obviously my game of the year this year because they put out an expansion.
of course. So I never ended up playing the full release. I just didn't really like Mortal Kombat from what I
Yeah,
played during the beta. Like I tried Street Fighter 6 and because I don't typically play fighting games unless they're anime.
right,
But Capcom, let me play Street Fighter 6 for free, so I gave it a try and
right.
immediately loved it. And I tried out the beta for MK1 and it just felt too slow for me. I just couldn't get into it. I didn't like it, so I didn't end up playing. I didn't play the full release, even though they were adding Omni Man and Homelander. Just couldn't get it. Just couldn't do it for me. I'm not sure. So my game of the year, it's tough. Uh, I'm still I'm s- the I still there's still games I'm trying to finish or at least play before we get to the game awards. But uh, I mean, based on what I played so far, I'd say the one game that I played where I was like, yeah, this feels like game of the year was Space Marine 2.
Yeah, I mean, like I understand why people like Space Marine 2 and why people like um the slop game, Helldivers. But those to me are like, okay, that's my favorite game of the year. They're not I don't see them as
Yeah.
game of the year contenders because at the end of the day, they're both derivative. They're both just they've been done a million times before. They don't really push anything for
I
me.
thought Space Marine 2 was worthy on quality, but I thought Helldivers 2 was worthy of consideration just based on the success. It was you got to take notice of that, but I didn't think it was the best or the best game I played. Same with Stellar Blade. Like I know there was some people pushing for Stellar Blade for game of the year, but I think they have gooner brain. Like they're literally just not thinking anything other than her tits.
Like I would give like Helldivers 2 like a viewer's choice award, you know what I mean? Like a community game of the year or something like that. But like I would never consider that as like an actual video game of the year because at the end of the day, like it just happened to take off. Like it was like not it took off for its own reasons. It didn't take off because the gameplay was epic or the gameplay was anything fresh or original. It was just like it was very basic, but the fans were able to make it their own. And I think that's why it was successful
The meme.
and the devs leaned into it. And the meme, exactly, the meme. And like I just don't feel like I can't like stack that up with something like Final Fantasy 7 or you know even Astrobot. Like Astrobot I feel like was a genuine joy, a genuine like it was well made. Like it was
Oh
thought
yeah,
out and
it was a master.
thoughtful.
It was a masterpiece for sure.
Right. Helldivers you could tell me is like procedurally generated, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
the same arguments people make about like Suicide Squad and the DLC for Suicide Squad is the way I feel about Helldivers.
it's
Like,
definitely it's definitely definitely a little janky for sure.
and
And
I appreciate it. I appreciate that people like it and have fun with it. That's never been my issue. My issue has always been like people trying to make this out to be like Gone with the Wind, you know what I mean? like some like classic that has like transcends gaming. And it's like, no, it's just a game that you shoot people. Like, it's not even like, I don't know, like,
I think it does. I think Jay definitely is kind of in the minority on this one,
sure.
but I definitely understand like for instance, Stalker 2 just came out,
I
and
downloaded and haven't played.
and I was watching a little bit of it, and it kind of reminds me of like a Helldivers if it had like narrative elements and more pop and more visual striking visuals, except the game is also a giant pile of shit in terms of performance. but
I haven't even tried it, to be honest with you. I have seen that it is not like
yeah, they had to drop like 100 gig patch
jeez.
to on day one to
And it
fix
was already like 130
yeah
gigs.
to
I
fix
honestly
some of
might
the
just
bugs.
delete it.
It's great.
I
It's
might not ever get to it
that's insane. I honestly,
because
but
it does take up a ton of space. So I might actually just end
yeah.
up deleting it.
But your fans will forgive a certain level of jank if the core gameplay experience is fun. And I think Helldivers, better than a lot of live service games, really captures that kind of community building thing where it's generally fun to just hop in. Like a lot of games are not fun to play with randoms. They're fun to play. They're mainly fun to play if you have your own friends. They're tolerable sometimes with randoms, but Helldivers generally fun game to play with like random people. It's just a really fun experience. So if they can expand on what they've built, they've had some controversy lately. They just added this big new weapon thing that was horribly implemented, but for the most part, like they did a good job of like fixing all the a bunch of issues the community had. They can kind of right the ship and add some actual new content. I think it definitely has a future, but I personally would not put it on. If I was just making a game of the year list, opposite of what I thought personally, I definitely wouldn't put it on there. Even on my personal, like, of a purely personal game of the year list for me, I definitely wouldn't have Helldivers on it. I'm trying to think because there's still more games I have to play, but yeah, I didn't play Like a Dragon. I didn't play Metaphor Refantasio because I don't like the turn-based stuff.
Yeah, I don't
If
mind
it's
turn-based, but
I don't mind it in the right context, but if I see a game that's turn-based ahead of time, I'm like, mm, do I want to? Do I want to? Like, I think there's a Metaphor Refantasio demo. Maybe I'll play that and see if I can get it, if I can get into it. But yeah, generally that pushes me away when I see it. I did like Stellar Blade. Not definitely has its issues, but it was still fun. Uh Veilguard, so I definitely wouldn't put Veilguard as game of the year, even though I did enjoy it more than I was expecting to. It's just like I like a lot of people were complaining about some reviewers were complaining about the combat, others loved it. I enjoyed it maybe because I was playing, maybe because of what I played on. I played my first playthrough on a mage. I thought it was really fun. My second playthrough was on a rogue. I think that is really fun so far. My issue is that people are definitely underrating Veilguard because they're just looking at clips posted by grifters out of context.
because of maybe 10 minutes of dialogue.
Yeah, and it like it. Don't get me wrong, that dialogue is horrible,
Yeah.
but it's not really a reflection of the rest of the game. The issue with the rest of the game is not that specific stuff because that's a minority of it, but I think the overall issue is that it's definitely a lot more, shall we say, Disney-fied than past games. So I definitely can see that a criticism. The idea that it doesn't get dark at all is obviously not true. That's coming from people who didn't play it.
Yeah.
But especially the latter half, the end. But it is overall though. I could definitely see, like, especially if you're comparing it to Inquisition, some of the older stuff where it was a lot. It was a lot grittier. It was a lot more. It was a lot more choice. I think that's the bigger issue. Like, I thought Skill Up's when he said it felt like HR was in the room the whole time was like kind of the perfect summation of it, because it did feel like the game went out of its way to not be offensive in like all aspects of it, from the marketing to the dialogue and the choices. I thought it was definitely hamstrung, and you can tell that it was made by very different people with very different gaming philosophies compared to the past games.
I think that's all fair because I've definitely I've played every Dragon Age game. I don't think I didn't finish Origins because that was a very different style.
Yeah,
That was more Baldur's Gate-ish than
yeah,
but I I love BioWare. They've made some of my favorite games ever. Like, I'm a big Mass Effect fan.
big Anthem fan.
Yeah, I started to agree before. Um, but like, you know, I agree it's not Inquisition, it's not Dragon Age 2. Um, there is definitely something missing, which is why I'm like, it's probably a little bit of recency bias, but there aren't many games that have like captured me and made me just want to like, I'm like sitting here trying to like clear up all the side quests before I even proceed with the regular mission. I'm like trying to get all these wolf statues, like, even though I can't get to like some of the places where they have to go. And like a lot of like, I'm that way in a lot of games anyway, but like I'm trying to buy everything in the game,
Yeah,
like, and there aren't a lot of games that really make me feel that way. I don't love like the your extra characters. I think other than Balara,
yeah. I like Bud Lara and Nev.
I like Nev a little bit, but like I don't really have any attachment to anyone other than Balara. And like, I don't know, like,
And yeah, like in past games, you could like choose your like the like you could actually recruit your companion, all your companions, and you can choose whether or not you want to, let them die, or you want to bring them with you, or like, yeah. And for here, it just felt like you start the game, and you have all these people with you that you don't know. You're like, oh, this is your crew, and and then you're just stuck with them though.
I don't even love my character that much, like he's okay, but like I I don't know, like there is something missing, but it still feels so familiar. I love the universe.
There's something
Um
missing for me. I felt it missing because like I didn't play like a ton of it. I didn't finish it. Because again, I'm not a turn-based combat guy. But Baldur's Gate 3, I played that before, and I played Dragon's Dogma 2, and I kind of got a crash course in like RPG comparisons there. Dragon Age the Veilguard, Baldur's Gate 3, Dragon's Dogma 2, also one of my favorite games of the year. But Dragon's Dogma 2 had kind of the opposite issue. Like I felt like if we could combine all of those games, we'd have like the best RPG ever. Like Dragon combined aspects of Dragon's Dogma 2 with Veilguard and Baldur's Gate, because what especially with Baldur's Gate, even though I didn't like the combat, the characters, the way the story structure and pacing, the exploration, all the options, I immediately felt okay. I get it. I get why people love this. Even though I didn't like the combat, I was eager to keep going and like get to know the characters and Riz up Shadowheart and 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 find out more about the lore, and you're meeting all these interesting people. You can make all these different choices, and it felt real like an RPG. Whereas I feel like Veilguard felt more like an action RPG masquerading as an RPG. Like it felt closer to Hogwarts Legacy than Baldur's Gate or
Yeah,
any of the other Dragon Age games for that matter.
yeah, and like I said, I just don't feel I haven't felt like a big attachment. Like in once there's Inquisition, obviously everybody loves Varric. Varric is awesome.
Yeah.
But like I loved Cassandra and I loved Sarah. Like those two characters were so good, and like I just don't feel that with anybody else. And like even some of the side quests are kind of like Harding's side quests are interesting-ish, but like I don't know. And I never liked Solus. I was not a Solus guy in the other games.
I
So
don't mind. I don't mind Solus. I like Isabella and Morrigan.
Yeah, Morgan is great.
But we
Isabella is great. Like I remembered I just ran into her, but even she seems a little bit different.
Yeah.
She was a playable character before.
And like because I was like, oh, when I saw Morgan and I met Morgan as well, I was like, oh, I like these characters, and I'm like, oh well, they can't make them companions or roommates. I was like, well, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
like I would definitely trade out some people in my squad if I could get Isabella and Morgan in here.
Yeah, I don't know, but it has been helping me get through though. Like I really just want to beat it, and get. I don't know how many hours I'm into it. I just beat the big dragon after. It's not the dragon. It's the first god. There, whatever. Where they, I end up punching out the Grey Warden's master.
Oh, that you're at that part. Yeah, you still got a chunky part of the game to go.
Yeah, so I just got through that, and you open up a bunch of extra like side quests for all the other characters, and I just did Nev's, I did Balara's, I did Dalvin's.
Who you romancing?
Everybody, every female. No men,
it's
no
okay.
theys.
It's okay, Jay. We know the truth.
I'm going Nev, Harding, and Balara the most.
Okay.
Harding is like purely on accident, but I'm like far enough ahead, I think, that I'm like, all right, fuck it, we're just gonna see what happens. But Balara and Nev, I think, are the two that I'm going for the most.
Yeah, I think those are the best ones for sure. Yeah, like I started out on Nev as my favorite. Then the more I got to know Balara, the better.
That's what I'm mainly going for.
Balara's. I think I'm gonna do Nev. I think I'm gonna do Nev or Balara on. I think I'm gonna do Nev on my second playthrough. I'm just a big fan of Nev.
I saw that. I got that reference. One of the shows my wife and I watch a lot is The Masked Singer.
That's definitely a married couple show.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like a backup show at this point, but it's fun. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a good. I love a good music show. I wouldn't say that. I haven't watched. I obviously haven't watched that because I'm not married, but I used to really like American Idol back in the day.
My mom was like huge with American Idol.
The OG American Idol, but I think the last music show I watched was Songland. I don't think they're doing any more seasons, but I really loved it. I thought it was a great show. I think it came on the perfect time as well because I started making music, and it gave me an even bigger appreciation for the show because it's because the twist of it is that the show is just all about songwriters. They get some aspiring songwriters, and then get a celebrity of the week, a big artist, and they have to, and the singers have to perform songs they've written specifically for that artist, for whatever, whether it's for their album or for a movie, and they have to just make that song for them and pitch it. And if the judges, which consists of Esther Dean, Ryan Tedder, and this really big country writer, if they like it, if your performance and the song are good, they'll critique it on the spot. They'll do jam sessions to it to try and improve it. And if you win, you go to the next round, which is where they go into the studio. You pick a producer, you go in the studio, and it's pretty great. They fully produce and help you make the song better, and then they perform the final version, and then the artist picks which one. It's a great time. I think there's like 2 or 3 seasons. It's great.
That made me think, obviously, of the mustard thing, and I actually watched an interview with him. Did you know that he did not know what Kendrick was going to use that beat on?
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, he like, I guess he like sends Kendrick some stuff like 2 or 3 times a week, and he never hears back from him until it's like, oh yeah, I used it. Here it is. And that was the situation with Not Like Us. He had just sent him the beat, and then Kendrick used it, and then all of a sudden it's like, all right, well, here we are.
That's got to be a big surprise.
Oh yeah.
What'd you ever do with that beat? Oh, it's the biggest song in the world. Okay.
Yeah.
Personally, I'd say it's whatever. Honestly, I don't know how long it'll take for the PS6 to come out.
Yeah.
Maybe 2028. If you can afford a PS5 Pro, I mean, just get it. Otherwise, don't. I mean, the base PS5 is great as it is.
Yeah.
So far the only game that I played that gives you a really big boost on the Pro is Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. You're really not going to notice like the big improvements, I think, until they release some of these newer games. So I'm curious to see how Ghost of Yotei and Monster Hunter Wilds, Death Stranding 2 end up looking on the Pro. Obviously GTA 6 is going to be a big one. We'll see if that gets any kind of Pro enhancement, but it's definitely more obviously gaming in general is a luxury hobby, but I think the Pro is even more of a luxury purchase. Is like, if you don't have a PS5 at all, just get the Pro. You might as well.
I ended up selling my original PS5, 4-year-old PS5, for $350.
$350.
So basically, I paid $350 to upgrade. Actually, a little bit more than that because of the hard drive.
Yeah, so I kept mine, and my original, and it's going to be because I now have a reason to use it now, because I ordered Elden Ring because it was only $20.
Yeah,
and it's a physical edition. It's going to be the only physical PlayStation 5 game that I own.
Oh, so that's funny.
So whenever I want to try Elden Ring, I have a reason to use my built-in disc drive. I got the all digital PS5 Pro because I never buy physical.
I mean, look at behind me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't let go. That's why I actually love it when like Xbox has done this a lot. They did it with Redfall. They did it with Starfield, where they released like the deluxe edition, where it was like $40 and you got like the deluxe edition stuff in a steel case without the game, because you're just going to use Game Pass, which is why I was really confused with what they did with Avowed. I don't know if you've seen this at all. A little bit of a
seen some gameplay. I heard it was okay.
Right, but so they released a steelbook for it, and it also comes with a code, but it's for the full game. So like, they didn't do the same thing where they did with like Redfall and whatever, where you have to basically buy the whole game in order to get the steelbook and the extra stuff, which I'm not necessarily opposed to, but it's like, why would I do that if it's just going to be on Game Pass? I just want the steelbook.
True.
And I don't mind getting the extra content either, obviously. But like, I loved what they did with Redfall and Starfield, where they had that steelbook. It came with a code in the case. And I know a lot of people hate that. Like what Spider-Man came with the code in the case. I love it. It's the best of both worlds because you get the actual digital version of the game where you don't have to put the disc in, and you get the steel case for your collection. Love it. But I don't know. The previews for Avowed look really good.
Yeah, the only thing I've heard about Avowed is those people yelling about pronouns, and people who actually played it saying it was surprisingly really good.
Yeah,
because I was kind of worried about Avowed. It didn't look great to me from what I was seeing, but I'm glad people are saying it's good to play.
Well, I really like Obsidian.
We're only going to have we're only going to have an after show for the Game Awards reaction, where we invite Travis on if Elden Ring wins.
Is he pro that or anti that?
He's the biggest Elden Ring fan who's ever lived. Okay. He actually has Elden Ring. He has several Elden Ring tattoos. I think he has a Queen Marika tattoo on his lower back. Travis absolutely just loves Elden Ring. He's always
what are they called? Tarnished.
The Tarnished, yeah.
Does he have a tarnished tramp stamp?
He has Tarnished on his neck. Yeah, recently got that put on his neck. He's a big fan of the other Elden Ring. I've never seen anyone love a game more than Travis loves Elden Ring. He will not shut up about it. You can't. You're gonna take a whole week off of Rivals. Holy!
I did that for Battlefield 3.
I mean, I don't think I've ever taken time off for a game. No, yeah, I've literally never done that. But fortunately, I won't have to because I can play more Rivals all week because that is my job. Literally my job to play it all week. So
I when I worked for Bose, I did 4 10-hour days, so I got 3 days off, and I would very often just take a single. Like I actually got lucky. I did Tuesday through Saturday, so I would get Wednesday through Saturday. So I'd get Sunday, Monday, Tuesday off, and
that's smart.
And I would sometimes just take I'm just going to take Saturday off for a vacation day, and I would get like 4 days off that way. So
that's the finesse.
Yeah. They didn't usually do that. They didn't like you
cheating the system.
Yeah. But I somehow got away with
it. Shock privilege.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. Yeah, I think I only had one job where I got vacation. And that was when I was working at the bookstore.
Yeah, I don't know. I usually I would never take I'm going to take the whole week off because I don't know, back then I didn't really have any reason. I didn't really go a lot of places, so I would just finagle my schedule so that I could only use 2 vacation days but get this huge stretch off,
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, eventually I realized I had to get out of retail and it just stuck to working from home. Yeah. That's where it's at. Working from home is the meta. If you can pull it off, you gotta do it.
It's tough though because I've explained this to my brother because my brother is I don't have a lot of friends and I don't want to be friends with people I work with. And I'm but that's the only place you're going to meet people.
Yeah.
At a certain point in your life, the reason why people end up with work friends is because that's your main interaction every day. So that's why I was thinking about it today. I consider people like you and Hyrule like among my best friends because like we 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 talk and interact all the time. Like
Yeah.
we're always communicating,
Yeah.
and it's like, you know, of course, like, and it's weird because like in the world now, like some of your best friends are people you're never gonna meet in real life, but
Yeah.
like you trust them as much as any other friend you've ever met. You know?
Yeah, it's a different time. When I was working in person, like I definitely made it a point to I never understood that mentality. Like I love the if the people I work with were cool, like I would definitely vibe with them and hang out with them outside. You know, I've met some absolutely great people. You know, some jobs like I didn't meet too many people at Target. I fucking hated that job. It was more solitary anyway. I was like in the warehouse and I barely just interacted with anyone with anyone. But I had a couple. Yeah, I had the bookstore job was the best one. Like met some great people there, and the the last two jobs I had before I started working from home, I met some really cool people. Like, yeah, you got to take advantage. You got to take advantage of it. If there are nice people there, yeah.
Yeah, Bose was definitely the best job I've ever had, and I say that, and I worked for my dad's construction company. You know, like
I mean,
it,
construction sounds ass.
I loved working for Bose, and I made so many amazing friends there. Like people like my buddy Madman is still like to this day one of my best friends, and I'm at a point where it's been longer since I worked at Bose than I did work at Bose. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah.
Um, and I mean, I worked there for like 6 years, and you know, I just met so many people
Yeah.
that like
That
are.
reminds me. That reminds me. I gotta catch up with my buddy Steve. He was my best friend from work
Yeah.
that I met while when I was at the bookstore. Yeah, me. It was yeah, me, him. It was me, him, Ron, and Latasha. We were like a whole crew, and we hang out. Like, a couple of us actually ended up going to some comedy shows together. It was a good it was a good time. Like it's cool. It's great to meet friends from work. You should. I disagree with Eastwood. You should definitely try to sleep with people you work with, unless you're the boss.
Did not have the best experience with that. Here's like we weren't.
Nothing will go wrong.
Yeah. This is when I worked at Bose, were they worked with the NFL, and this is the head coaches.
What the hell?
This is me at work at my desk.
That's not you.
Yeah, it is. That's the actual NFL coach's headset. Like you couldn't buy these in the store, and they're not with them anymore. But yeah, like the one of the guys that sat next to me, he was one of like we only had like 3 guys that did support for it. So like all of the all the like equipment managers would have to like go through him or and like so I would listen to him take phone calls from like I remember one day he took phone calls from the Green Bay Packers and Mike McCarthy was the head coach at the time and he hated I do not look like Rex Ryan. That was a young Jay Shockblast.
You look.
Uh
You look.
I was like 33 in that picture. That was like 11 years ago.
You look like the father of a sitcom.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that picture's like at least 10 years ago. I
You
don't remember.
look like Kevin James with a beard.
Yeah.
I know what Jay looks like. It was something bothering me about that. Pull that picture back up, Jay.
Hold on. Uh, no gray in the beard?
Okay, hear me out. I think I figured out. I think I figured out uh what what was bothering me because I'm like he looks so familiar, and he doesn't look like Jay Shockless at all.
Oh, I'm lost. Looks like the Kevin James meme, maybe, I guess. I was trying to look cool.
Definitely looks like the Kevin James meme.
No, I don't look anything like that guy.
Tell me he doesn't look like Alex Jones.
Not even close.
He looks just like Alex Jones. I swear to God, he looks like Alex Jones.
Not even close. No.
Jay.
That guy does look like Joe Rogan.
The globalists. The globalists are after us.
Here's another picture from my desk.
The turn into frog skin.
Hold on. I don't have many pictures from work because we weren't supposed to take pictures at work.
You got now you look like a completely different. So like it's a bandana. Is that a Naruto bandana?
No, I think it was just a regular bandana.
It looks like the Akatsuki design a little bit.
Notice we've got Skyrim, and I think that we got a N7, so that's a Mass Effect. We got Cobra Commander back here. So yeah, that was a Saturday. What in Ryback is a bandana? No, it's not Ryback. What are you talking about? That had to have been a Saturday because we're able to wear whatever the fuck we wanted on Saturday.
Ooh, casual Friday.
Saturday.
Casual Friday on Saturday.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I think the only job I had where we had to wear a uniform was Target and AMC. Didn't like either of those jobs. They both sucked.
Yeah.
Yeah. You would think a movie theater and let me get wrong. Movie theater job has some perks. You know, you get to watch movies for free. You get a bunch of free snacks. It's cool, but the pay is terrible. And if you're doing anything other than cleanup, or projection, it's pretty terrible. Like if you have to do customer service, it's pretty terrible. But if you're just like doing usher duty, it's pretty chill.
I was trying to see if I worked in a pharmacy for a while, but I don't think I have any pictures on my computer from those days.
You were a drug dealer? Can you post those? Are you allowed to post those?
I was a lead technician.
Is that what they call it? Is that what they called it back then? You're a lead technician of the trap house?
Something like that. Yeah, I can't.
I see you, Jay.
Can't find anything. Oh well.
Last year, forgive you was by Uncle Sam. Pretty fair. At least, I mean, you're pretty old though. Was it actually Uncle Sam? Got him. He actually the literal Uncle Sam hand delivered the his uniform in person. But there you go. Here you go. Go fight the Nazis.
I was a big bandana guy back in the day.
I could sell. I never was much of a fan of the bandana. Definitely the do-rag was do-rags. In my time, it was do-rags once I got braids and fitted hats. That was the fitted hats were the big thing when I either you had do-rag or you had a fitted hat. I remember, which was funny, you used to get made fun of if you had a snapback instead of the fitted hat.
Yeah.
And then snapbacks replaced the fitted hats.
I hate snapbacks.
I do prefer the fitted hats, but I didn't mind a good snapback. But yeah, that you would get bullied for that. It taught me a lesson about how stupid fashion is. because all the stuff that people made fun of in my school, people ended up fucking wearing later on. It's
Yeah,
so
I'm basic at this point, man. I just want to wear a hoodie, some shorts, and be left the fuck alone. And a hat. I like fitted hats just because they feel more comfortable. But I only like 47 brand.
How dare you? How dare you, Travis? I wore a do-rag because of Allen Iverson, not fucking Vince McMahon. How dare you? No, like I remember this kid in my school. He was one of the skater kids. He was black, so he got beat up all the time. But he wore Vans. He skated. He wore tighter fitting shirts. And then like years later, outside of school, I see just a bunch of black kids running around with tight jeans on skateboards. I'm like, what the fuck? This is all silly. It taught me to just wear whatever you want. Like it doesn't matter. At some point, some celebrity is going to wear it, and everyone's going to pretend it's cool. Like it doesn't matter. Just wear what fits you and you think suits you best, and wear it with confidence, and you'll be just fine. It literally doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't know where I was going with that. Evie just keeps like darting back and forth. I don't really know what she's doing.
Chasing the ghost, obviously.
Yeah, I don't know.
Your house is haunted.
Oh, maybe.
I feel like all houses are haunted. That's my theory.
Yeah, maybe.
Think about all the people that lived in the house before, and like, what if you're on an Indian burial ground?
I don't think I'm that, but I think this house was like in one family for like the whole time.
Did that family own slaves?
We didn't have slaves in Massachusetts, Sadot. We were like the good guys.
Allegedly.
I mean, not allegedly. It's legit.
I don't believe him.
So I'm doing the best I can, Kev. It's this has definitely been good for me. Getting to just kind of try to forget a little bit.
Yeah, and making some new discoveries, like the fact that you and Alex Jones are related.
No, shut up.
Great. Who knew?
The only link I have to Alex Jones in any possible way is the fact that my cousin is a Connecticut state trooper, and he actually responded to Sandy Hook. Like his troop responded to Sandy Hook, and like he was actually in USA Today as like an escort for one of those funerals. Like there's a picture of him escorting the casket. So like
he wanted to punch Alex Jones in the face.
Yeah, I'm not a big Alex Jones guy. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah, super awkward. You look just like him.
I do not look anything like him.
At least when you were younger. When you were younger in that photo.
Listen, Thor is gonna like start haunting you. Okay, like,
I hope so.
I don't think he likes this conversation.
I would love a.
I am not. This is how bad rumors start. No, there's nothing.
Post that on TikTok. Jay is related to Alex Jones.
No.
We have a special guest, ladies and gentlemen. We have Highruler's chair and Highruler's dog.
Big wet. Oh, that's Jasper.
Big wet ruler.
God, if he walks in a fucking towel, I am just gonna. Oh God, I'm not sure.
Casual in the building. I think we might. I think he actually might. Let's see. Let's see where this goes.
Oh God. Oh no.
Oh, he's actually in. Oh.
That was good. He heard us.
That was good. Bastard.
Oh man.
Towel doesn't cover up the feet though.
Nothing covers up the feet for you, Scott.
Jasper is doing exactly what Evie is doing, just running back and forth everywhere.
That's crazy. I hate these dogs, man. Let me tell you, they just never stop.
Just like Highruler. It's always
Until they do.
Always Always chasing those OFs.
It's tough, man. You know, like sometimes the value just isn't there anymore. So that, you know what I mean, man? Like it used to be $5, you get everything. Now it's 15, you get nothing. It's crazy, man.
I can't relate. I've never paid for adult content.
Do you not support small businesses in this tough economy?
No, actually, I don't.
Oh, okay. I respect your honesty.
I exclusively support corporos.
Listen. I respect your honesty. You know, a lot of people would have just, but you bit that bullet, so I respect it. What's going on, guys?
It is going, Mister. We found out that
Nope.
Jay is related to Alex Jones, so it's
not even close.
No way, really?
Pretty crazy bombshell.
No way. Like, did you put a bid in for InfoWars? I feel like it's like runs in the family business, then, right?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's worth throwing some money at it.
Jay, if we start talking about frogs, are you gonna get like really red in the face?
I mean, the J Shop Blast in the photo that he shared definitely would. That the J Shop Blast that worked at Bose definitely was at Bohemian Grove recording having sex orgies with Diddy.
Oh my god!
Be nice to me.
Oh, I can't type in your chat. What's going on, chat? How's it going, everybody?
Don't say hi to Highruler.
Everyone say hi to me. What's been the topic of conversations? What am I walking into here? I just kind of walked in.
We were talking a lot about Alex Jones, but
dude, I love my conspiracy theories. Which ones are we doing?
I think my favorite, like, because a lot of conspiracy theories are just dumb now.
Yes,
like even for conspiracy theories, like back in my day, conspiracy theories were actually good. Like, like Bush doing 9/11. But these days it's like, hurricane machines and gay pizza parlors. Like, this shit is stupid.
And like the space lasers, right? Like, it's crazy out there.
I think my favorite one recently was the theory that Joe Biden secretly voted for Trump.
Oh, that's a good one.
It was trying to sabotage Kamala's campaign the whole time because he was pissed at them for pushing them out.
You know what? I actually like there's a subreddit. I think it's called High Strangeness, and it used to be what conspiracy, like our conspiracy, was before, like a lot of the political content. So like the stuff I like to look into is like hollow earth theory, like moon bases and stuff like I like the fun conspiracy theories, like the stuff
flying spaghetti monster.
Yeah, like I like that stuff, man, because like it's not wrapped up in like the real world events, and you can kind of just allow yourself to disconnect a little bit and be like, I wonder if there's people on the core of the earth,
I'm personally more of a fan, and I was more of a fan of like the in general, I'm always a fan of like a good multiverse theory, but I really like the near death experience, reincarnation theories. I went on like a kind of a rabbit hole about that, like this theory that when you die, you get your memories back, and you all kind of go to these different alternate planes of existence that you can like fully customize, and you can reincarnate again whenever you choose to. I think I read there was they kind of touched on this in the remember that old Robin Williams and Cuba Gooding Jr. movie What Dreams May Come.
It's familiar. The name's familiar.
So the movie was about Robert. He plays this guy whose his wife dies in an accident, and so Robin Williams is obviously really sad, but I actually know his wife actually committed suicide. So it's actually even darker. So, but
wow, there's a left turn there that we just took. Oh my! It's not just death, but actually,
yeah. So yeah, that was actually worse. So he's obviously very sad about it, and he eventually dies, and he goes to heaven, naturally, and because he's Robin Williams, and he meets Cuba Gooding Jr., who's like an angel type guide person, who like kind of shows him around heaven and everything like that. And he's like, oh, where's my wife? I want to find my wife now that I'm finally dead. And he's like, ooh, about that.
Oh no.
So the way your wife died, yeah, she's in the other place. So the movie is about him deciding, well, fuck this. So he actually travels down to the other place to try to find her and bring her back. And I thought it was a cool movie, but I found out it was based on a book. And the book,
fuck that.
And the book is way fucking different from the movie. Way better. Like if you're into like if you're into like a good conspiracy or like kind of the metaphysical kind of guide kind of stuff, I would definitely read the book instead of the movie. The movie way different direction, like way darker than the book. The book actually had this their idea of hell in the book is kind of similar to how not Neil Gaiman's Lucifer described it, where it's kind of just like self-inflicted. The idea is that there are just these different planes of existence based on like your energy, how you lived your life, how where you're at mentally when you pass, and like there's nothing like forcing you to be there except yourself, like your own self-doubt, your own negativity, and you can like get yourself out if you can get in the right mindset. I thought it was a really cool way of looking at it, and I thought it was really cool interpretation that Neil Gaiman had in his Sandman series.
Yeah, that's interesting.
This is a good time to pee. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go for it. All right, I'm looking at the topics tonight. Big Marvel Rivals Week. I'm sure you guys have covered that, right?
A little bit.
Okay. Game Awards Backlash. I'm sure we all have come to grips that Elden Ring's winning, right?
Definitely not.
Okay, hold on a second.
Fight me.
Okay, my only
physically.
Listen, I don't know about that one here. Hold on a second. My only thing that I've said is that when you make a weird kind of adjustment to the rules, you kind of are led down the path that the thing that you broke the rules for may win, right? Or do you disagree on that?
I think that the award show is a sham, and they need to.
Well, yeah.
Because I was watching because I was actually co-streaming the Golden Joystick. They actually asked me to, and I was like looking at them like, okay, they have all these different categories. They have a DLC category. They have multiple Game of the Year categories. They have one for console, they have one for PC, then they have the Ultimate one. I'm like, how does the Game Awards not have a DLC category?
Well,
and the Golden Joystick does.
Oh, I feel like isn't the Golden Joystick run by? Oh God, I don't want to fuck this up. Sorry, but Golden Joystick.
No fake news.
I'm trying not to. It's like actually like run by people. That is like
I'm in agreement. I think it is run by people.
My point is that like I feel like the joysticks feel like more of an award show versus like the Game Awards feels like advertisements with award show tacked on, right? So
that's literally what it is.
Yeah. So like I feel like in that case, like the actual awards, the ceremony, the rest of it is almost like second fiddle to like Jeff Keighley's like ego and the rub of what he gets in the industry. So I don't disagree that's a sham, and I think when you deal with a sham, you end up getting situations like this.
I still don't think Elden Ring is going to win.
I hope not, because like okay, so personally I don't care. I enjoy the chaos of like everyone shitting on Jeff Keighley as it is. But it's just, to me, when you make such a big deviation, right, and you haven't done that previously, right? Like, because I think people were like, why didn't you do that with like Phantom Liberty? Because like Phantom Liberty was a good DLC, cleaned up a lot of Cyberpunk, made Cyberpunk probably a more richer, fuller experience. But so why don't you do that with that? But then you make this adjustment for like Farm Software, which is like its whole own conversation. It just screams to me like they've already won, when you do something like that. But I'd love to be proven wrong.
definitely feels like glazed, but it could also be like kind of like a nod, like, oh, we want to get them in there. My theory is that it got in there for a reason that has nothing to do with it being deserving to be there. I think it was like kind of a we have to put this here for like optics situation. That's my theory. Like the golden joystick had I thought they had the Veilguard as Ultimate Game of the Year nominee. I thought that was nominated as a meme, but I think my theory is that Shadow the Erdtree was put in because they felt like they had to put in Wukong because they just didn't want to deal with the backlash.
Sure.
Of snubbing the game that just sold 20 million copies that they know got unfairly treated by some media members for cultural reasons. So they was like, all right, fuck, we'll give them Wukong. But they was like, optic wise though, we don't want to have like multiple games with a Metacritic score that's below 90. They like to have only one token one. Like last year, the token one was Alan Wake 2. They prefer if they're all 90s, and unfortunately, this year there weren't that many 90s. There were a lot of 86s, a lot of 87s, a lot of 88s, but outside of the main ones like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, your Metaphor Refantasio, the only other 90s that they could have put in for the slot, that final slot instead of Erdtree, were indie games. And my theory is that they didn't want to give
games.
They didn't want to give indie games any more credit than they already got. Like they threw in Balatro because it was such a phenomenon, and it was like, and that couldn't be their opportunity to say, hey, see, we do care about indies. We're not all about money. But 2, they're like, no, fuck that, we're not doing that. We can't have 2. We have 2 indies, and they couldn't pick any other AAA game because none of them were given 90s, and so they were like, all right, fuck it. Shadow Erdtree. Elden Ring's a AAA game that we gave that DLC 90 plus. So all right, fuck it, we'll put that in there.
You know what? I'm gonna hit you with a conspiracy theory. Are you ready? Because
I'm always ready for
walk down this path with me, guys. PlayStation gonna buy From Software, right? Yep. Jeff Keighley loves to make friends. He loves friends. He loves people.
I heard he loves PlayStation.
People, and he wants people to love him. He wants brands to love him. So he's like, you know what? We're going to do this because on the off chance PlayStation buys From Software and they get an award, they're going to love me. And they're going to do all sorts of advertising on my shows more than they already do because they don't do that much, but they will now.
I mean, I feel like they kind of already do. I mean,
but maybe now Jeff Keighley is going to be the universal host of PlayStation, whatever the fuck it is from now on. Like this is
just because
backroom deals all over, baby.
I heard Sony is more after the anime catalog.
Yeah.
Don't shit down my throat, Jay. All right, I'm trying to walk down a path here.
That's definitely a big part of it. If you've been following Sony's moves, I even watched one of their PowerPoints because I love a good live stream PowerPoint presentation from the Avengers days. And they put a big emphasis on anime. They bought Crunchyroll, so if they make this purchase, they're going to get a lot of manga and anime share as well. I think From Software going to gamer side is definitely a big benefit. That's one that made the headlines. Not seeing honestly, I'm not seeing their motive there. I honestly don't think they give a shit about awards. I think they more so care about sales and nominations are great. I think as long as they can see PlayStation games getting nominated, they're fine, which happens anyway. like we're seeing another one, Astrobot, one of the front runners for Game of the Year currently. Yeah, so yeah, he clearly the game.
All I'm saying is
show a lot of love to PlayStation.
PlayStation
is kind of terrible.
New acquisition, Elden Ring's DLC, the first DLC to be Game of the Year. PlayStation would love that, and Jeff Keighley would love PlayStation. And
but they already released the DLC, Highruler. like, and they haven't bought it yet. So it's like it doesn't even matter.
Listen, it's a conspiracy. It doesn't have to make sense. All right.
It kind of does.
No, there's a lot that doesn't make sense here, right?
The best conspiracy theories are the one that makes sense. If you're making conspiracy theories, Highruler, that don't make any sense, you're no better than Grums and all these
Speaking
other
of, where's Stellar Blade, huh?
I don't know,
what
man.
Against women,
Highruler's actually touched a woman, so
allegedly.
he's definitely better than Grubs.
Well, hey, I'd like to think that I got soft hands
with his feet, so it doesn't count.
Well, we don't kink shame here, do we, boys?
We kind of do.
Oh, okay, never mind. All right, that's fair.
No, I definitely support Jay Shockblast's unusual P locations.
I'm so sorry.
That was a secret. Never mind. Where you pee is no one's business.
There's a lot of things I'll touch, but I'm gonna leave that one alone.
I would hope that you would. Like, honestly, wasn't interested.
Well, now that you said that, Jay, I might have to now.
Listen, I got my cup just for you.
Oh, that's so nice. We've done so much stuff over the past 2 weeks related to her. It's been insane. Like the 280 million that Toronto got because of all this, I think I did at least 28 million myself. So there's so much, and we can move on.
You should say your girlfriend is sick when you're at the concert, so that they'll invite you backstage and you'll be able to meet Taylor Swift in person.
Yeah, if I met her, I would probably ask for a cold million, to be honest with you.
Yeah. I mean, it worked for M. Night Shyamalan in Trapped, so I think that is a S tier strat if you're at a pop concert.
I feel like he's the perfect example of just failing upwards. He puts out a couple good things here and there. Sometimes the idea is kind of, but it just keeps going with him.
Yeah, because occasionally, and that's actually the smart strat. You do like two or three really good movies based on, and he's got his one gimmick established, which is the big twist at the end. So now, even if the movie's ass, if M. Night Shyamalan comes out with a movie, you're gonna watch it because you're thinking, okay, well, maybe we're getting the big. I see dead people you never know. Now, more times than not, you're like, oh, this is ass. This is not there was no big twist, or the big twist was terrible, like with The Happening. But you
just never know.
You just when you think he's washed, then you get to the end of the movie and you see Bruce Willis sitting at a diner with a trench coat. You're like, holy fuck, he did it. This motherfucker did it again. Yeah.
And I feel like that's inspirational to a lot of us, because all it really takes is just one or two or three good things that you do, and you just loop people in. And the question of can he do it again is really strong.
Yeah, you can just live on those past successes over and over again. Just keep milking it. That is the strat. Poor Bruce Willis. I just realized. Yeah, he's not in great health. Shout out to Bruce Willis.
Yeah, that's tough. Sorry, I just dropped something. Hold on.
Say what you want. You love Split. Yeah, Split was a shockingly good movie.
Oh, is that the one? Oh, yeah, with James McAvoy or whatever.
Yeah.
And isn't it a pseudo trilogy that all ties together or whatever?
Yeah, the twist was that it was part of the Unbreakable cinematic universe.
Right.
Unfortunately, the follow up to that, the which ended up being part of the conclusion of the surprise Unbreakable trilogy, was also dog shit. But but you can't get everything. I thought Unbreakable was good. I thought Split was fantastic. You know, you can't always land. You can't always land third. I mean, it was kind of like look at the Matrix. You know, Matrix. You know, groundbreaking masterpiece. Matrix Reloaded, not as good. You know, but still has its moments. Really, really good stuff there. Matrix Revolution, complete ass. Matrix 4, even worse. You know. Sometimes you do have to know when to stop.
Can I just very quickly shill the new holiday movie that everyone should see?
You're not going to say Hot Frosty, are you?
No, I was going to say Red One.
You know what? I was actually going to watch that.
You know what? I'm here to tell you, it's better than a B tier MCU movie. It's right around there. Like
I thought it might be.
You know what? And the CGI was actually quite passable. Like the CGI was actually better than a lot of recent MCU films. Like,
I mean, that's not saying much.
Well, I know, but without spoiling anything, the enemies look great. The environments look real. I was actually pleasantly surprised that I thought it was going to be kind of like ass, and I was like very pleasantly surprised that what I got was a very watchable movie.
I actually didn't think it was going to be ass. I looked at the trailer and thought it was going to be solid. I thought it was going to be solid. Like like you know, The Rock may pick some stickers up, but I looked at the cast overall. I was like, oh, there's no way this is going to be bad. I thought I was going to watch, especially maybe because I also saw because this won't be my first time seeing like action movie Santa. Like I watched the David Harbour Christmas movie, which is, you know, Die Hard but Santa Claus, and thought it was surprisingly watchable. So I figured I enjoy Red One because I was about to watch the pitch meeting for Red One, and then I said, you know what, I actually think Red One might actually be worth watching before seeing the pitch meeting.
It's dominated by Chris Evans. So like when people talk about The Rock, like yeah, The Rock's in it, but he plays I don't want to say a one-dimensional character, but his character is very serious, and it's very much so like that's the character, and it gives room for like Chris Evans to really dominate the screen time. So like I feel like the movie is very much so carried by Chris Evans.
I'm actually only seeing it for J.K. Simmons, to be honest.
Well, okay.
In the Rock, I do love I always will love the Rock, but
I meet The Rock one time,
the best time of my life. Best but best friends for life.
There you go.
No, I'm a big J.K. Simmons enjoyer. He's a great actor. I feel like if I'm watching a movie with J.K. Simmons in it, there's a pretty low chance that it's going to be bad. Like I feel like it's at least going to be solid or maybe watchable. Maybe I'm biased because Whiplash was a masterpiece, but I don't think I've ever seen a bad J.K. Simmons movie.
That's fair, and Colin's right. Like J.K. Simmons is in this movie, like he's shredded, man. Like he puts me to shame. Like it's ridiculous.
I mean, to be fair, everyone does, but
yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. You know, I enjoy my donuts, man. I'm sorry.
Who doesn't? I mean, I'm looking at some of his IMDb. Like, yeah, La La Land. I saw Juno. I saw Accountant. I saw Spider-Man, the original Sam Raimi one. Like, he just does Whiplash. He just doesn't really make bad movies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this one's not bad. But I just wanted to come on and show it because I've seen people talk very poorly about it, and like it's like a passable movie. Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, she's a lost cause, man. I don't know what to tell you about her. So,
yeah, it's weird. I feel like people are shitting on the movie probably because of, you know, how horribly it did.
Well, and I think the unfortunate thing is that with a $250 or $250 million budget, like there's certain expectations, you know, and I think like a good chunk of that is actually The Rock's salary, right? Like I heard he took like 50 million or something. Like that's insane.
But because when this is another reason I was looking forward to actually watching Red One. Like I'm looking at it on Rotten Tomato. It's got a 31% from critics, and we all know, you know, no one cares about those critics.
True.
You got to look at the audience. Like that'll tell you. Like the audience and the critic ratio will tell you how good the movie is. So the critic score currently on Rotten Tomatoes is 31%. So awful, terrible according to the critics. But the audience score is 91%.
Yeah, that's what I like to see.
And based on more than 2,500 verified reviews. So that makes it actually one of the best reviewed movies of the last few years.
Yeah, that's what I like to see.
So I remember a similar
Fuck the
situation.
haters.
I remember a similar situation happening with the first Venom. Like I saw it and I saw it get advertised and I kind of forgot about it. And then I was like, oh, let me check in on that Venom. I feel like seeing a movie. So I checked the Rotten Tomatoes. I saw it was like a 20% critic score. I was like, oh, that's crazy. And then I checked the audience. It was like 90%. I was like, oh, so actually it might be solid. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and like whenever I see a big disparity between the audience and the critic, I assume the audience is right because they usually are.
Yeah, and it's got its moments. Like it's got cheesy moments or whatever, but.
Yeah.
I definitely sat there and laughed.
It's definitely not. I'm not expecting a 91% quality movie.
Yes,
like as Venom taught me. So if it's that high, it's probably unless it's actually legitimately great. I'm guessing this is probably like a 7.5 out of 10 movie.
Yeah, that's exactly where I put it. I put it there, and like. The one thing I will say is that it probably could have ended about 20 minutes shorter. But it's good, man. I'm just doing my chilling tonight. That's all.
The funny thing is I will probably finish this movie no problem, and I still haven't gotten through Dune 2. I've been trying to watch Dune 2 for so long that they released a spin-off series.
I was gonna say, didn't the TV show just release?
Yes, but we're multiple weeks in.
Oh my God.
I'm still halfway through Dune 2.
You know what? The thing about like a movie like that is it just seems so bleak. Like
I don't even mind bleak. Like I watched like Children of Men was unbelievably bleak. And I love that movie.
That's fair.
Dune, I actually liked the first one, but the problem that I had with the first one crept up immediately in the second one, whereas like there's a lot going on and I don't give a shit about any of it.
Yeah.
Because I could tell it's set up, they're building, it's like they're building something important. I could tell it's very important. There's a lot of lore, there's a lot of stuff they're building up. And for the first one, it was like, okay, once you kind of get through like the half, like through the second act, things start really picking up. Which is when this is why I was disappointed, because it kind of felt like it ended like right when it didn't end on the climax. Like that was the great thing about one of the great things about Across the Spider-Verse, even though it was a part 2, like we're going to finish this later, it felt like a complete story. Like it had a really strong 3-act structure where it still ended on a climax, even if that climax ended up being a cliffhanger, where I felt like the first Doom movie kind of ended at like the end of Act 1, where like the protagonist is going on the adventure, which is when it starts to get supposed to start getting really good. And then the movie ends. I'm like, what the fuck? then we pick up on Dune 2, and it's just like a bunch of just shit I don't care about that's just taking forever to set up. And I'm like, there's like no momentum from the other one, and I'm just like, okay. and I just keep pausing it and just going back to other shit. I just can't finish it.
That's fair.
I'll tell you what I watched this week.
Ooh, please do.
Was slept on, and I hope it wasn't slept on to the point that we don't get a sequel, because goddamn, this movie deserves a sequel. Transformers 1.
I got bad news for you, buddy.
Yeah, I know it's probably not going to get one.
But didn't Hasbro just say they're not financing any movies anymore for any other properties?
I don't know, but
yeah, I think that's the big news, is that I think because Transformers 1 did so poorly.
Yeah, which
I don't
is
think it did poorly. I think it broke even, which I know isn't good enough, but
which is definitely poorly. That's the interesting thing. I think usually you hear stuff about the movie's doomed or whatever, but we've seen a bunch of stuff do well at the box office. But yeah, it's kind of rare. It's kind of rare to see a movie that is like universally praised. That's like everyone agrees it's like amazing, and it's like also like an established IP, and like no one sees it.
Yeah,
here's the thing: Transformers 1. I wanted to see it in theaters. Just a ton of things happened that prevented me. But
it's the economy.
It wasn't that. It was, what's crazy about it though, is that like normally this is the type of thing that would annoy me is when they kind of reimagine an origin story.
Yeah.
But this might be the best reimagining of an origin story I've ever seen. Like everything about it was perfect.
Even better than the Acolyte?
Yeah, for sure.
Nothing's
Definitely better than the Acolyte.
I don't know about that.
Like I loved, I might prefer this to whatever the origin story is, because like it's really the story of how Optimus Prime and Megatron
fall in love, and then become
it almost went that way, but like it's crazy to see them as like best friends, and how it turns into mortal enemies. You know what I mean? It's such a good story.
Thin line between love and hate. That's what they say.
It really is. And I loved everything about it. I loved the way they incorporated all the different characters, and you can kind of see how they become in the role that they are. Like the way they incorporated Starscream was sick. Like it was so perfect. And I'm actually like, it sucks that we're probably not going to get anything else with it. And that's another one that like, I feel like with the animated stuff, oh, that's insane. But I feel like movies in general are just doing bad. It's either like a mega hit or it like is a flop.
Yeah.
But like, I don't think they needed the voice actors they have. Like some of them were really good, but like, I don't think you needed. I think there are plenty of like regular voice actors that could have done the job for much less.
I would have done the job for much less.
I could see it.
Transformers absolutely a priority. Transformers 1 is objectively better than the Penguin.
Whoa.
I think the hope is that if Hasbro's not going to flip the bill anymore, that there's a studio out there that kind of saw the reception and reaction to Transformers 1 and says like, we could not fuck this up, right? And because I think a lot of people contributed the first trailer to kind of the downward spiral. So if you make almost like the same movie, but you don't fuck up the marketing, you're probably in a better position anyways.
True.
Right. I mean, I did think the guy that played Megatron was really good. Hold on.
Must be talking about are you talking about the waterfowl? Are you talking? Is there a different show you're talking about? You're talking about Birdman?
I mean, it's hard to compare a movie to a TV show.
Did you confuse Penguin with the Birdman? Is that what you were?
I love Penguin.
Did you mean it was better than the Birdman?
Brian Tyree Henry was Megatron, and he was really good. I recognized him from other stuff. Yeah, I think he was in Bullet Train.
Oh, that's such a good movie too. Did you guys see that movie?
He'll always be Paperboy to me.
Oh, it was Jefferson Davis in the Spider-Verse. He was Lemon in Bullet Train.
Bullet Train is actually really good.
He was really good. But I feel like they paid a lot for like. I mean, you have Chris Hemsworth as Prime, Scarlett Johansson as Alita 1, Steve Buscemi as Starscream, John Hamm as Sentinel Prime, Lawrence Fishburne as Alpha Trion. He's not really in it that much. Keegan-Michael Key as Bumblebee, which it was okay, but like I don't feel like you need all those people.
Definitely
like for
Brian,
an animated movie.
I mean, you definitely need Brian Tyree Henry. That's Paperboy.
He was great. Like I thought his Megatron was really good. But I don't know. I just feel like you didn't really need. Like I feel like obviously animation costs a lot, but like
I would only charge them $50 million to voice.
Oh, that's pretty respectable.
Yeah, my rates are pretty reasonable.
You're following in the footsteps of your idols, so I understand.
Actually, I can't. I would never do that. 40 million. I can't outbid the Rock.
How generous of you.
I would never. I would never could make myself equal to the
To the great one.
It's a great one. No, well, the people's champ. He'll charge 50. I'll do 40. I'll happily do 40.
Yeah, like I actually thought Scarlett Johansson was really good in it as Alita 1, but like I just don't feel like you need for animated movies. I just feel like you need somebody that's good at voice acting.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Megan Fox is definitely not good at voice acting.
Yeah, I do think that like Chris Hemsworth was way better than I thought he would be, like as a voice actor and not just like an actor. But
yeah, I think Eastwood thinks this is live action. There's no benefit to having Megan Fox in this movie. It's not
right.
This is the Michael Bay Transformers. This is the animated one.
We want animated Megan Fox.
Yeah, but I thought I loved it. It was so good.
Well, funny enough, the robot movie I was going to watch instead of Transformers was the Wild Robot.
Yeah,
which I heard was also like incredible. I heard it was the best one.
I heard it was unbelievably sad, so I haven't watched it.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I love a good sad movie. It's the only time I get to feel emotion.
I cry like a bitch, so if I watch this, it's gonna be brutal. So
if I'm obligated to watch a couple sad projects a year just so I can feel something.
There you go.
So I that's why I love a good anime. Watch a lot of anime. You can get some good stuff there. So I feel like a Wild Robot is definitely on there. I need to have that before I finish out 2024. I think I'll do Transformers, Wild Robot. But first priorities, Red One.
Hey, listen, if I'm never gonna steer you wrong on this is a solid 7.5.
I feel like you steered me wrong a lot, but
but we're starting anew. All right, this is a new era for Sadot and Highruler. Okay, we're gonna call this the Marvel Rivals era.
Okay, let's hope you don't fuck this one up too.
Cross my fingers.
We really need another superhero live service game to hit, man. We're 0 for 2 now.
I feel like Highruler could like become the biggest Elden Ring stan in the world, and then out of nowhere, instead of Sony buying that studio, Embracer Group would.
No,
I don't mind using my powers for the good of the rest of us. So if you guys want it, I will do it. I don't mind.
Fortunately, I don't think Embracer Group even has the money to make an acquisition, thankfully, anymore.
I'm sure they got assets to take loans against. This is fine. Guys, Elden Ring's really good.
I think they only have enough to bid on the InfoWars website. I think they're still too massively in debt to make any real game acquisitions. They're pretty down bad right now. They need one of these games to actually make them some money.
It's crazy, man. That whole
I mean, I'm sure Tomb Raider will save them.
Yeah, maybe. Hopefully, who knows?
Unreal Tomb Raider. Actually, Amazon's going to be taking a lot of that revenue too, because they sold their rights to Amazon. So they'll get their cut because they own Crystal Dynamics. But yeah, they need actually another game to hit for them. I mean, if they were smart, well, actually, no, they lost Saber, so fuck, they don't even have that, because Saber. I was thinking of Saber. They got the Avatar game coming out. They just had Space Marine 2, but Saber bought themselves out of Embracer. So Embracer.
You know, it's funny you mentioned Saber, because a lot of people in the conversation of like live service games, there's a game that a lot of people don't talk about, which is World War Z.
I talk about it all the time.
Well,
it's a great game.
It is a great game, and they actually just brought out another DLC recently, which is like the Los Angeles one, and so it's another story mode. There's a couple of weapons to it, like I think there's a couple of characters. Like people don't give enough credit to like these smaller live service games that just keep plugging along there. And I feel like Saber is one of those studios that they put out games every so often, but the games they do put out, they'll support for like fucking forever, it feels like. So it's just one of those things where I think people get so caught up on like the top 1% of these games that like a lot of the smaller ones that have really cool developer support just don't get the notice that they probably should, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think a big part of the problem is that a lot of this discourse is driven by grifters.
Yeah, so they don't really care.
And people who just don't really are really casual gamers anyway, don't even play that many games. They just want to join in on the conversation because it makes them feel like they're part of something. That's why I don't take those conversations particularly seriously from those people, because within like a couple of seconds you can clearly tell they have no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's sad, man, because like there's so many cool things. Like I think I've seen a couple of your tweets recently, Sadot, where it's like there's been so many cool releases this year, and like a lot of it just falls by the wayside in discourse because like no one wants to actually talk about like the games they play. They just want to talk about the games they hate, and it's like, dude, like, are you serious? Like, come on.
It's like all these great games, and then the annoying thing, what annoys me is when these people like they only focus on like the game, either the big culture war game that the grifters are going after, or the big flop, and they'll say stuff like, "Oh man, there's no good games this year." I'm like, "No, you just don't play video games."
Exactly. That's
the problem.
Exactly
the problem is you. Like the problem is that when you only follow like 3 games and you're only following the discourse because you're following rage baiters, that's a you thing. It's not a reflection of the industry. There are great games released every year.
Yep.
It's just these people only pay attention to like the ones that get the most headlines. There are tons of games people can get into.
Speaking of grifters and the rest of it, did you guys play I know Jay did. So did you get a chance to play the Outlaws DLC this week?
I did not. I had to stream the Golden Joystick, so I didn't have time. I didn't have time to stream Outlaws, and then by then I was like, well, it's it's already been like, I guess I can stream Outlaws anytime, but I was like, I really wanted to stream it the day of, and then but I missed out on it. I was like, okay, I'll get to it. I'll get to it eventually.
Totally fair.
I heard it's not that long.
No, it's about 4 hours. It took me about 4 hours. I don't know if Jay's in that ballpark as well.
I was about 3.
3? Oh, well, you're a better gamer than I am.
Clearly. I don't know how I could do something in 3 hours that took you 4, unless you were just like stopping constantly. Because I look at everything, I do every little thing.
Well, to be fair, Highruler did spend a lot of time in photo mode looking at case feet.
Like nothing wrong with the little grunge nowadays. Like I don't mind that. So, but you know what? You're not wrong. It was 3-4 hours, but I thought it was like really well done. Like, it's probably like the first story DLC of a game I probably played in God knows how long. But I thought it kind of continues off the story in its own neat little way and kind of ties it up. But I think that game's fun, man. I think that's a really well made game, and I feel like the changes they're making.
That's what I was wondering about. Jade didn't feel anything too much different. Did you feel anything different with the improvements to combat?
I guess the biggest thing is that like there's no forced stealth, so I was just kind of running around, gunslinging everything. So that's all.
I know they made some improvements. They said to the gunplay. Did you notice anything?
It felt smoother on my end. No, I don't know if that's like the placebo effect, but it felt like I was killing things a little bit quicker. Felt like the guns handled a little bit better. I'm able, I think the biggest improvement that I noticed was just being able to carry around the weapons you get from the enemies. Like,
Yeah, that was so
you're not,
that was so random. Like
yeah,
when I first noticed that, I picked up I was like, oh, this is a cool gun, and I tried to go through a ladder and like immediately dropped. Like, what the fuck?
Can't climb the ladder with that gun.
yeah, like that's it was just like those small little things that they fixed and cleaned up,
Yeah, it was like, how did that make it in?
Mm-hmm.
Alien, love you. It's been
Alien, how's
so
it
long.
going?
Been so long. I mean, wow. You start talking about live service Marvel games, and the whole crew comes up.
It's true.
Alien probably came out of hiding after Hawkeye got revealed. Hasn't been able to sleep since. Now we definitely gotta, when Marvel Rivals launches, we definitely gotta have an Avengers reunion. get all the old crew together.
Yeah, I can't wait for Rivals. As I think I think as we get closer, I think my excitement just kind of goes higher and higher. Even though like I'm in the position where I know I'm gonna suck at it, but I'm just gonna try my very best to have some fun with it.
I thought you were. Didn't you play in the beta?
Yeah, I did.
I thought you were top tier.
I'm so sorry. Who are you talking to?
Stop lurking, Alien. Say hi. Hey, Hoarder. I thought I could have swore you were one of the. Did you just like fall off, or were you just never good?
No, I mean, like I was like decent at the start, but then my big thing is that like I usually am pretty good at at games at the start when everyone's figuring out, and then I just don't keep up with it enough. So
yeah, I feel like these are supposed to be your kind of games. Actually, now I'm thinking about it. I don't remember you actually playing. I remember you getting banned for streaming the dev thing. I don't actually remember you playing the game.
Well, funny enough, Netties and I have come together. All right, we're besties now. All right, this is like I said, Sadot. You and I are starting a new era. Me and a Eastern developer publisher have also started a new era. So
water under the bridge. They forgave you.
And that's it. And that's exactly it. So and I'd like to think that as long as I keep my head low and that in certain places that they don't put two and two together, maybe, and it's just all good at that point. So it's fine.
I choose to believe that they forgive you.
I would like to think so, but I also believe that ignorance can be bliss sometimes. So I just not going to poke the bear. So
that's also very possible. I'm looking forward to it. I didn't get to play during Gamescom, so I'm definitely itching to get my hands on the game again. It feels like it's been 10 years since I last played. I definitely miss being able to just boot it up and run some matches. I definitely don't miss going in and no one wants to play healer. So I have to go healer, and then no one pays attention to the back line. So I'm constantly getting attacked by Venom and Spider-Man.
Yeah, that's gonna be tough. You know what? I don't mind playing healer, and I know people hate it. So I've basically assumed the role of like everyone's healer apparently, because I know everyone doesn't want to play it. So I know like first day I'm gonna log in, I'm gonna buy my MCU suit for Rocket. I'm just gonna main Rocket for like the first 3 months of that game because no one else is gonna want to do it. So
I do enjoy Rocket. He helped me get gold rank. My theory is that they need to release a bigger name character that's a support.
Yep.
That also can do some really good DPS. Like I feel like the design of Mantis and Luna are better for like the next healer, someone who can like hold their own with DPS and also provide a lot of healing for the team. Because I feel like a lot of people don't want to be healer because they feel like they're not going to be able to do damage. But if they could get a really good character that a lot of people want to play as that also heals, like that'd be cool.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing is, people don't like to be not in the action, so you got to draw them in some ways. And it feels like a lot of the characters they've kind of released and teased at and hinted at are not support characters, which is kind of unfortunate. But we still got time.
They've actually been all duelists so far. I feel. I'm thinking we haven't had a non-duelist since Cap. I think like Cap. Yeah, Cap was the Vanguard. Then Bucky, Moon Knight, Psylocke, Hawkeye, all duelists. Wolverine comes out, he's definitely going to be a duelist. Black Widow, I think, is going to pair with Hawkeye. She's definitely going to be a duelist. Almost certainly.
What are you doing to poor Jasper?
You know what it is? It's because I just finished like 2.5 hours of a D&D campaign, and then I'm doing this. So the amount of attention he's gotten since I finished work today has been like near zero.
How dare you?
So he's literally, he's been out, he's had treats, he's had his dinner, you know, he's done all of that business. It's literally just because I'm sitting here chatting with you guys and my attention is not to him.
Shame.
So I know.
I actually love that idea, Eastwood. He went to Phoenix, but yeah, add Jean Grey as a support, and her ultimate is she turns into Phoenix and just kills everybody.
That'd be cool. Yeah, there's definitely ways to kind of twist some characters into kind of filling out, because yeah, I think, you know, and not to say anything against Luna Stowe, but it's tough when an industry plant character is in the role no one wants to play, because then, you know, you don't really get a lot of people that are being dragged to that role to kind of fill it out, right? So
true. What if they made Wolverine a healer? That'd be a nice little twist.
Be weird, because like the only thing he can heal is himself.
Yeah. What if his healing technique is that he just cuts himself and
pours the blood all over people.
Throws blood on the team. Throws it on the team. But there's definitely a way. Yeah, you could make a character you wouldn't wouldn't necessarily think of Rocket Raccoon as a healer, but they ended up making him a healer.
That's fair.
So there are definitely characters that you would think would be duelists that they could easily turn into a healer. So there's definitely some possibility there. Welcome, Kevin. Thank you for joining the backstage.
Yes, thank you very much.
Not to be confused with the back room.
Yep, no Diddy. No black room freak offs.
There you go.
We don't do that at the after show. We all sit back and talk about comic book characters and eat waffles. It's very wholesome.
There you go.
Speaking of comics, what are you guys' thoughts on the rumors about Spider-Man 4? The word on the street is that maybe they're bringing in the Gwen Stacy. I'm hearing they're looking at a Madeline Klein type to bring in. I'm hearing there's going to be some multiverse shenanigans. I think they may have teased Venom meeting up with Peter and Spider-Man 4 from the Venom the Sonyverse.
Jay, you want to go?
I have not heard anything, to be honest with you.
Couple of things. The Madeline Klein stuff I've seen on those fake Marvel accounts on Twitter, and I've blocked every single one of them. I hate those people. Absolutely hate those people.
So does Daniel RPK, because they're always using fake quotes from him.
True. He and I have crusade.
He specifically said he actually weighed in on that. He said they're not hiring Madeline. They're looking for someone who's like kind of looks like her.
I mean, and that's fair. Like, I think if this is like their big last multiverse movie, because like, you know, this theoretically is it for the multiverse, you might as well go all out, because
Thank
then
God.
Because after that you're gonna go back to your street level stuff. So you might as well, you know, if you have cool ideas, throw it at the wall, see what you get to stick, and then go for it. Because you know, there's gonna be no other time to do a multiverse shenanigan movie like this, again. So,
We got a hoarder comic recommendation.
ooh,
The 8 Deaths of Spider-Man. If Hoarder recommends it, you have to go read it.
there you go.
The 8 Deaths of Spider-Man.
I gotta be honest here. I'm fading. I'm going off like no sleep. So this is exactly why I wanted somebody else to be here with Sadot. So I'm gonna tap out and let you guys continue the talking, and I will listen the rest of the way if that's okay.
No worries.
That is more than okay.
And I do want to just say thank you to both of you personally for both of your kindness. Yeah, it's been a tough day, so I don't want to like just sit here and look like I'm uninterested. I'm trying to like keep up, but I'm fading.
No worries, buddy. All good, man.
So, I will catch you guys later, and thank you so much, Big Wet Ruler, for stepping in for me.
You know what? It's worth every minute that I spend here just for you to hear you call me Big Wet Ruler. So I'm happy to do it.
Excellent. Well, I hope you guys have fun the rest of the way, and hopefully you have another person jump in at some point. So, and thank you, chat. You guys, honestly, like, I feel like I'm in a better place than I thought I would be, and it was good to chat with everybody.
For sure.
So,
say hi to Alex Jones for me.
fuck off.
That's a J Shock class, everyone.
Enemies call me Namor.
I'm gonna send him a frog. Just a live frog.
Rainbow frog.
Exactly.
Otherwise, he won't get the reference.
Is there InfoWars merch that I could buy him and mail him?
There probably.
I feel like I'm on a list now for opening this website. But
would you want to go that far for a meme?
Oh, 100%. Okay, hold on. There's whole body supports, anti-inflammatory support, flexibility support, joint supports. You can get like a nitric boost.
A lot of old people stuff there.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it seems like. It's like that aisle down your local Walgreens where you're just kind of wondering like how this stuff makes it on the shelf, I guess.
Yeah. Did you? Yeah, I don't. Yeah, good thing Jay's not here. So this will be a surprise.
Jay, I'm not going to order InfoWars stuff to your house. I promise.
What is it? Remember said, wait till Jay. Make sure Jay's gone before.
True. You'll never see it coming. Where were we?
The multiverse.
Yes, the multiverse. My thing is that like I know a lot of people are kind of over it, but like you only have like what, like realistically like 3 years left in the multiverse too. Like it's wrapping up. It'll be over before you know it, I'm
one of, maybe call me crazy, but I'm not one of those person. No Diddy. I'm not one of the people that hates the multiverse. I don't hate any concept as long as it's interesting, well done. Yep. Like I am a certified isekai enjoyer. It is definitely a genre that is extremely oversaturated. I mean, I've probably seen like dozens of variations of nerdy shut-in dies and gets reincarnated into Skyrim world with a RPG power system. But you know what? Every season, if there's an isekai, I'm fucking watching it because I want to see because the trick is, yeah, the foundation is popular because it works, but the key is finding the twist. Does someone have a unique twist, a unique spin on it? Is it maybe instead of just the protagonist comes from the other world and is immediately super OP and fucks all the waifus Maybe instead he's a vending machine. Like this literally happened. He reincarnated as a sentient vending machine in a magical. Like you never know. You know, sometimes they're different flavors of the genre. You know, some of them were more chill. Like personal favorite of mine was campfire cooking. Like instead of all the tense battles, he goes to another world. He has the power. He doesn't have a super OP power where he can just wipe out armies or whatever, but he can summon basically a kiosk, and he can order food from modern world, from a supermarket. He can just order from that store in the modern world, and he doesn't want to fight demons or slave monsters. He just kind of wants to hang out, eat good food, and go camping and just to kind of explore. And he ends up meeting a couple legendary monsters that act as his protection and his subjects for his cooking recipes. And the whole thing is just kind of a vibe. You're just walking around with your giant doggo, making some good food and just enjoying nature. It's a good vibe. It's not the concept, it's what you do with it. So
we got there in the end.
Yeah. So if you want to do some multiversal stuff, I don't care. If you want to have Andrew come in and be Tom's daddy, I won't say no to that.
Yep.
Whatever. You want to have some new Gwen Stacy come in. Maybe a cameo with Venom. Hey, let's see what you're doing. Like we all know when Secret War comes out, any possible cameo. Like that, that the one scene in Deadpool and Wolverine where they just have like 5 cameos back to back. That's going to be Secret Wars is going to be 3 hours of that.
Yeah, exactly.
That's going to be the entire movie. So, we'll see what they do with Spider-Man. I hear he's going to have a very big role in Doomsday. Because he's got to be his daddy Tony again, and then after that, his Spider-Man movie drops, and that'll I'm assuming that'll have something to do with Doomsday because something happened. Maybe it's on Battle World. I think it'll be interesting. I think let it ride. Marvel seems to have learned their lesson a little bit. They're making less dog shit, and then they get to hit the reset button. Kevin Feige already said that after Secret Wars, he's just going all in on X-Men. And they're going to have more Hugh Jackman, literally till you're 90.
There you go.
they're talking. I heard they want to do a Deadpool and Wolverine 2. They want to have more Hugh Jackman. They're on board. Ryan Reynolds has saved Marvel. He's convinced them.
And I think that's it. Like, at this point, you're getting the stuff that you want. You just have to wait for a little bit, and I think too, what we're seeing from Deadpool and Wolverine on until the end of Secret Wars is going to be a bunch of cool movies that people are going to be very thankful for in the next 5-10 years, and people are going to gloss over the Ant-Mans or whatever, the Secret Invasions, because all people are going to remember is the really cool movies with the really cool cameos and the really cool things happening. And a lot of what we're experiencing now with the negativity is going to be water under the bridge, because it gets you to the part, to the stuff that you want, which is the really cool cameos and the really cool action set pieces and the reset and the mutants, I guess. Right. So
I will never pick a Secret Invasion. That was a fucking travesty.
Just give it, 10 years, and people will change their minds on it. I guarantee it.
I'll give it 10 years before they try it, and I want them to try it again and do it right. Secret Invasion is not something that will ever be good. There are definitely some Marvel movies that people hated on in the past, but if you rewatch them, you realize, it wasn't as bad.
Sure, yeah.
Because I actually did before WandaVision came out. I did a Marvel movie marathon. I watched every canon MCU movie in order. And I was realizing, a lot of these, they're not all masterpieces, but a lot of these are just really solid, really well made movies. Mm-hmm. And one of the ones that I realized that was way better than people gave it credit for was Thor: Dark World. I was like, I could see, you could clearly see the issues with the movie, but it's way better than people gave it credit for. And actually, a lot of it is actually really good. It's particularly, particularly the parts around Loki and Thor. I thought that was kind of I think that was more so than Avengers. I thought that was kind of the turning point for Loki in the MCU, where he became like a really great character.
Yep.
I thought it was because of that. I thought it was because of Dark World.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing too, is that a lot of these, because they're so interconnected, and I like people in chat saying Age of Ultron too, right? Like imagine.
I never thought it was bad anyway. I always liked it.
So did I. I thought Age of Ultron was great, but like there was so much like I think a lot of people were kind of over like the Whedon stuff, right? And I think it's kind of dripping with Whedon stuff. And I think that was kind of, rubbing people the wrong way a little bit, but
like Whedon.
Yeah, well, there you go. I can only lay the breadcrumbs out so much before someone gets it. But like Age of Ultron, I think like had one of those kind of arcs too, where I think a lot of people were kind of overly harsh with it, and then now we look back on it, it's like, oh, like once you kind of see not just the movie as for the movie, but as a piece of the bigger puzzle, I think a lot of these things start to kind of feel a bit better when you go and watch them.
Yeah, some of them aren't going to always hit, but I felt like, with the exception, I think the Backlash, I think is why part of it is that comparatively, the stuff in Phase 4, like, it's noticeably worse,
sure,
in like quality overall, because with the stuff we were talking about, it's like, okay, it's a solid movie. It's just maybe has some notable flaws here and there. Bad villain. Some maybe some pacing issues, but some of the stuff in Phase 4, just post Endgame, just actual dog shit. like actually bad. And I felt like there wasn't really anything like that pre Endgame. Like even Captain Marvel, I didn't think it was a good movie, but I thought it was still enjoyable enough. Like, I saw it in theaters. I was like, okay, this has some very clear problems. Probably one of the worst of the MCU movies, but I thought even then it was still okay. It wasn't horrible. But and then you see Black Widow, and it's like,
I don't know, man. I think Black Widow is kind of fun. Like it's got bad parts to it. Like I think personally, if you rewrote Taskmaster, right? Like if you change that around, whether you kind of do Tony Masters or whether you do a different villain.
I agree. If you rewrite the second and third act of the movie, yeah,
you can salvage it at that point, right? Like there's something there.
Yeah, you can salvage.
I look at Black Widow, and I see people like talking about like She-Hulk, for example. And I still think like Black Widow is still steps and leaps and bounds above like a She-Hulk, even though I don't hate She-Hulk like a lot of people do, but I could go back and watch Black Widow. It's harder for me to go back and watch She-Hulk, for example, right? So
yeah, I feel like I could watch a little Black Widow. I definitely couldn't rewatch She-Hulk. Definitely not Love and Thunder. I very very clearly legitimately the only salvageable parts of Love and Thunder are the first 10 minutes and the last 5.
It's funny because like my mom is such a Chris Hemsworth like fan, like and like I'm sure a lot of it's just based on his looks or whatever, but like I remember like I went to see that with her, and not even like Chris Hemsworth like having his shirt off and doing Thor things like saved that movie for her. She like looked at me and she's like, what the fuck did we just watch? And I was like, oh, like at that point like you've kind of lost the plot a little bit there, right? And it's sad too, because like you don't want to lose Chris Hemsworth because of like a bad movie,
100%. I do love She-Hulk. I am a not the show, but yeah, the character. I do love the muscle mommies. I'm not discriminating.
There you go.
She-Hulk could get the trip to the movies for sure. to see Love and Thunder
Oh my god.
Because we wanted, because if I was taking her to movies, I wanted to be a movie that we don't have to pay attention to.
That's totally fair. That's
But,
totally fair.
nah, like I feel like if I do a Marvel rewatching a Phase 4, I couldn't even start. I have to pick and choose like some stuff.
Sure, yeah.
Because there's some stuff I'm just I don't want to see Wakanda Forever again. I definitely don't want to see Ant-Man 3 again, or Secret Invasion. Like I'll with the with pre-Endgame, I can just rewatch everything, and that'd be fine. But literally, I can't. With some of the stuff that does come out says I can't watch it again.
Is there something specific about Wakanda Forever that you just don't want to see it again?
Yeah, it's fucking horrible. like
is it like Shuri, or is it like
all of it's a horrible, like, so my problem is that I thought that they should have I thought they should have postponed. I thought they should have just said, you know what, Chadwick died, everyone's not in the right headspace. I know Money Machine go burr, but let's take a beat. Like we don't have to have this movie here. Like it's not like it's like critical to the future of the, like you can like, I felt like, especially after watching it, you can have this movie pretty much anytime. Like the only thing,
yeah, I agree.
Like who honestly, like the only thing the movie did really was what, set up a Ironheart spinoff show that no one gives a fuck about. Like they could have waited on that movie, especially since Ironheart didn't end up coming out. Like it's still it's not coming out until like next year.
Yeah, it's next year.
Yeah, so it's like I felt like they could have waited, and because this was supposed to be like a send off to Chadwick, and that's how they decided to do it. But then they had him die in like the stupidest fucking possible way within universe, and so like within the first 10 minutes, I was already just pissed off because I know they were trying to tug at the heartstrings and with the death scene, and then when they didn't even do his death right, I was like, oh fuck, this is going to be bad. And it did not disappoint. It was bad. Like I thought all the Ironheart parts were fucking horrible. I thought discount Namor because we don't have all the rights was fucking horrible. I thought some of the CGI, especially Ironheart's suit, was just awful. It was a absolutely dog shit movie.
I think my favorite parts were actually, it's funny because you say like discount Namor. I think like his stuff was actually like the best part. I forget the name of the actor, but like I feel like his like intensity was like the best part of that movie, because I feel like a lot of people may have not been at their best for like obvious reasons, but I felt he came in and I was like believing like everything that he did.
I thought he was believable. I just believed that he was ass. Like, I thought the only redeemable part of that movie was Angela Bassett. I thought she
That's
gave
fair, yeah.
I thought she gave the performance of her career.
Yeah.
One of them. I thought she was fantastic, but everything around her was just dog shit. I thought it was a horrible movie.
It's funny because like I think you look at like actors and actresses that like are good, and then you look at like actresses and actors that are great, and Angela Bassett is just great, like she elevates everyone around her, and she makes you like feel what she's feeling. It's crazy when you look like someone like that, and then you look at someone you could take your pick out of anybody that is not that great, and you're like, fuck, you're like watching like a wooden board like try to act. It's insane.
Like Gal Gadot.
Yeah, she's pretty wooden with her acting.
Yeah. It was literally a rights issue. Like they didn't have the full rights to the character of Namor, the mutant Atlantean, so they had to do Namor.
Yeah,
the Aztec warrior.
Yeah, I don't know about the actor getting in trouble. I remember before there was like some stuff, but I'd have to like go back to my memory or do a quick Google search to figure out or remember what happened there.
Kal-El, no.
Oh my god. What do you think of speaking of DC, Peacemaker season 2 wrapped up filming? How do you think they're gonna bridge the whole season 1, season 2 different universes?
Well, I think one of the good things they did about that final scene is that they didn't show the faces of any of the Justice League.
Mm,
And it kind of makes it, and I think in general, the way they position that show is kind of like they designed it in such a way where they can like make whatever plot work without relying on whatever the hell's going on in DC at the time. Like they obviously Gunn knew that the whole thing was kind of a shit show, and he would
right.
have to transition and make a lot of overhauls. But I think the good thing about being able to tell one of these really grounded stories is that you're not really dependent on what's going on in the movies. I think that's what's kind of cool about the new DCU. Like it's all starting out with grounded stuff
Right.
that could kind of just exist on its own without having, and then you can sprinkle in stuff here and there and Easter eggs. I feel like Peacemaker is going to have more in common with Creature Commandos than anything we'll see movie wise for a while. Because like the first, because after Creature Commandos, the first movie is Superman. That's going to be a huge, it's going to be a huge high tier thing. So I think Peacemaker is just going to kind of be in its own thing over here, kind of like how Penguin was. And I like this idea. Like I just recently heard a rumor that they may be doing a show based on The Question, and I think DC should definitely, especially after seeing Penguin, DC should for sure lean into these really well scripted, really done scripted shows, because that's always been a strength of HBO / Max. They're when it comes to TV shows, like they're top tier. That hasn't changed. It's the whole thing is burning down around them, but that one part has always been consistently good. I think that's going to be a big advantage that they're going to have over Marvel, because throughout the success of the MCU, they pretty much completely were missing on the TV front until like they got bailed out by someone by the Netflix thing, and that was like a license situation where someone said, "Hey, we'll get the license, and we have an idea for a Marvel property." Like that wasn't even something the MCU was necessarily pushing. So I think that's going to be a big advantage for James Gunn and DC, that they have these great people who understand television, like the fact that Marvel didn't discover that show should have a showrunner until like this year is fucking insane.
Yeah.
like how does that happen? You're $1 billion corporation. You make entertainment.
It almost feels like somewhere along the way, no one said wait a second or no, and everyone just kind of agreed. Like, and it happens sometimes, right? Like, no one wants to be the one person to stand up and be like, wait a second, this is kind of not how you do it. Because, like, depending on who your boss is, and I'm not saying this is Kevin Feige, but if there's someone below him or whatever, like, the moment you stand up and you say something, it's like, well, there goes my fucking job, right? Or it's office politics, essentially.
Yeah, that's what I feel like is happening. That's why I could tell, like, there was a huge, that's why we've seen these huge shakeups. I feel like there was somebody, whoever was overseeing wasn't overseeing properly.
Yep.
And I think someone finally stepped in and said, "What the fuck?" Because they saw all the project people, like, wait a minute, why is all the MC, like, people stop liking superhero stuff? What is going on? Like, is superhero fatigue? And then someone finally looked in on some of these writing rooms, like, what the fuck? This is dog shit. Get the fuck out.
Yep.
Like that literally seems to what happened with the Daredevil Born Again. Like someone finally walked in and said, "Hey, so we've been not doing great. Our movies aren't doing well. We just had the worst box office performance of one of our movies ever. So just want to kind of peek in and see how's the Daredevil thing going. Sure, we got 4 episodes. Let's see them. So what do you think? I know. I think it's going to be a match. You're fired.
You fucking pack your shit and leave.
All of you, get the fuck out of office and take this shit with you. Burn it.
It's just insane, like you just it's just crazy that they do so well and then they expand and you get the wrong people in the wrong positions and fucking the machine isn't well oiled anymore, I guess.
They kind of went Ubisoft, like
Yeah.
Like at the end, like they had that Ubisoft, they were like untouchable. You know, they were at their peak, and then they expanded even more, and then like there's too many. There's not enough, too many projects, too many. They were like, all right, we gotta do more. We gotta get more stuff out there, and then that meant more people, more bureaucracy, more, you know, and less oversight, you know, and then we saw that huge quality drop, and now they're like kind of reining in. Okay, we're only going to do a certain. Now there's like, all right, we're only doing a certain amount, and we're being more selective about who we hire. So I think that's going to benefit Marvel going forward. But I think DC is actually already way ahead. Like James Gunn saying all the right things on Threads, like saying stuff like, "Oh yeah, we're not greenlighting anything until the script is right," as opposed to spending, you know, $200 million before the script is finished. And it's saying, "Oh, we'll just do a reshoot if it sucks." And like no, he's like, "Okay, we're adamant that we're not going forward with anything until we're like completely sold on the script." And that's how you reduce reshoots and, you know, wasting everyone's time. So I think James Gunn is there's, you know, obviously a lot of Snyder cultists are mad. Oh, Hyruler's in trouble.
No, she came down looking for the Cheetos.
What kind of Cheetos?
Crunchies.
I'm more of I like the hot Cheetos.
Ooh, those are good.
But yeah, I can't do the normal ones anymore. I gotta do hot Cheetos whenever I do Cheetos.
Yeah, I don't like just the puffy ones. Like I feel like those are just they offer nothing to me. So unfortunately, you know, if someone else buys them, I have to take what I get. Beggars can't be choosers, I guess. So
you can't. They can be though. I've seen it.
I mean, they sure can, but you know, I'm trying not to bite the hand that feeds me. So if there's just regular crunchy Cheetos, I just take them. So
at this point, Kevin, I don't think Blade is ever coming.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like
I did hear some good news for a change. Like apparently, they finally have a script that Marshalli likes. The latest whoever they just brought in, apparently they're doing a much better job. So I guess it is going for it. It's just not, obviously it's not coming out in 2025 now, but it sounds like it's not scrapped. Like, so that's progress.
Yeah, that's good. I think at this rate you'll get the game before the movie, right? Where I think a lot of people expected the movie before the game, but
yeah, it's actually possible. Yeah, because it depends. Like the game. Last I heard, Jeff Grubb said it might come out in 2027 is where they're targeting. And I don't think they started filming Blade yet. So maybe I think best case Blade is like 2026 for the movie.
Yeah,
absolute best case scenario. If there's no more setbacks, so yeah, it's going to be close.
It's a race to the finish between those two. But I mean, like, I mean, I guess the silver lining in all of it is that, you know, we are still getting it, because that would have been one of the worst fumbles. You know, like there's been quite a few, but that would have been an absolute gong show of a fumble if they fucked that one up.
Yeah, because I understand how you I mean, I do understand how, like, because I heard the rumors of what one of the scrapped scripts was supposed to be, and I was like, okay.
I think a lot of it is just overthinking it, right? Like it's just you're overthinking what you have to do. You know, sometimes like, you know, like the KISS method is like the best one. Like just keep it simple, stupid. Sometimes, you know, like
or just put your ego aside and make what the audience wants.
Yep,
like
exactly.
Like the audience loves Blade because Wesley Snipes was fucking awesome. He was a badass vampire hunter. That's it. Yep. Those movies weren't deep, you know, philosophical master. Like it was Blade. It was Wesley Snipes kicking ass. Yep. That's what it was. We don't want to see this. We don't want to see this deep and postmodern deconstruction of Blade and how his struggle with identity intersects with 3 strong independent women. Like I don't give a fuck about any of that shit, bro. I want to see Blade cut a vampire's head off.
Like, yep, exactly. And that's exactly what I mean. Sometimes you just have to keep it simple and give people what they want. And like there's characters and movies and moments where you can kind of go deeper in it and kind of explore some themes. But sometimes like you just need to start on a solid footing, like ground zero sometimes, and just build up to that instead of like, starting from the top and working your way down. And sometimes, they get it and sometimes they don't. But they obviously were getting it, and there's quite a bit of internal pushback, I guess. So.
Yeah, there's apparently a lot of interest of that. They obviously overhauled Daredevil Born Again. They did the same thing for Thunderbolts. They brought in a really good writer for that. We saw a similar situation happen with Brave New World. I don't know how that's going to turn out because they basically made the movie over again.
Yeah,
like that went beyond reshoots. That was literally like A Train in the Boys, like the most reshoots ever. So it's got to be good, right?
My hope is that there's I've hoped that the movie's going to be good. I'd like to think that they looked at what they had, realized it wasn't so good, and realized it had to be overhauled. But the problem is sometimes too, depending on how they edit everything together, you can get like a really messy kind of final cohesion of a film, and
like Ant-Man 3.
Yeah, and like you're getting these janky moments, and you're kind of wondering like, was this like the original film or was this like a reshot? And it never fits cleanly. So, the trailers have done quite well. I will say that they've kind of made it seem like it's going to be a good film, but I guess proof's in the pudding on that one at least.
Yeah, I'm still skeptical. I
need this film to be good, Sadot. I need it.
I personally, I just want him to go back to Black Falcon and and stop this nonsense. Get me a real super soldier to be Captain America. But I was looking at the trailer, and this happened a couple of times now. Like I'm seeing the Red Hawk scenes, and I'm seeing a lot of jank already. Just even in the trailer, I'm seeing some, like the first one at the one they showed at D23. I called that the Hawk Tua because he just made the most insane face. it looked so bad, and then the one at the Brazil D23 was better, but the CGI looked just ass. Like, so I was just like, I don't know about this one.
Yeah, they're still messing with it too. You can tell like the color gradings change and the rest of it. So I feel like this is going to be one that comes down right to the wire, like a week before, or even a couple of days before. They're still going to be working on it. But I mean, to your point, like when I look at like the difference between like Captain America, like Steve Rogers, and like Sam Wilson, like you're looking at someone that used the serum versus someone that's basically dripped out in vibranium. Like what's the difference at this point? Like,
I mean, unless they gave him the heart-shaped herb too, I don't give a
well, and that's the point, because like he's stripped out in this vibranium suit that's doing all these things, and it's like you've already elevated him past the point of a regular human, right? Like you've already given him near superhuman abilities.
That just means he won't immediately die when he gets punched in the chest by She-Hulk. But doesn't mean he's going to be able to fight.
Man, I don't know. I feel like he's going to be quite OP, man. Like just the way that they're kind of doing this. Like I feel like Sam Wilson is gonna. I feel like people are gonna are going to be taking exception to the things that he's going to be able to do. That's for sure.
I mean, well, they didn't show him in the trailer because he still just looked like Black Falcon to me in the trailer.
Just wait. He's gonna tank a punch from Red Hulk, and people are gonna be like, "What the fuck am I seeing?"
I mean, that must happen later on because he got fucking launched in the trailer. he got absolutely yeeted.
So, I mean, I don't know how else he beats Red Hulk then, like unless it's like friends come together, right? So
the power of friendship.
He's gonna put him to sleep. Apparently, he's gonna put his hand out and gonna sing the lullaby.
Are they gonna do some science or something like because the one advantage he has theoretically over Red Hawk is mobility, because he can outpace a fighter jet and can fly. So naturally you would assume he would stay far away and just shoot him with rockets.
Yeah.
Instead of trying to get in close. But who knows what his strat would be. I mean, apparently his strat is just to throw a shield at him. But
if it works, it works, man. But
I mean,
yeah,
it didn't. He grabbed it and jammed it into the ground. So.
Second time, there's always possibility. Catch him by surprise kind of situation.
Yeah, I mean, even if you hit him with the shield, like it's like
exactly, right? What the fuck do you expect?
Even the actual even the real Captain America wouldn't do anything. So wasn't hurting at all.
I agree.
What are you talking about? Like, yeah, I like the I don't mind vibranium being the magic bullshit thing. Vibranium is supposed to be great. But I think they just have an actual Captain America. like I think they should just gave it to Bucky.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I understand the thought process where like you want Captain America to be like an everyday man and kind of stand up for like the everyday person, and I get that. I feel like he still could have done similar with Bucky, like the reformed. Super soldier assassin trying to find his way in life, and he's bestowed upon him like this really ultimate responsibility of like standing up for the common man. Like there's a story there too, right? And they've explored similar themes in the comics.
And it's not like Bucky wasn't like heroic. Like he was a brave soldier like Steve. Like he fought in the war. He just unfortunately got captured by the Ruskies.
Yep. Well, exactly.
And brainwashed.
Do you think if Brave New World fucking tanks, you think they pivot and give Bucky the shield?
I think after Secret War, they're just going to recast Captain America.
Yeah, that's fair, and just fucking start fresh, anyways.
Yeah, I think they're just going to chalk it up like they're going to be like, we're going in a new direction. We're improving the quality. Maybe we're gonna have a couple of duds along the way, but I think the overall they're banking on the stuff that they made under kind of the newer, we're actually going to be checking your work leadership is going to outweigh the stuff that's kind of left over from the time where the adults weren't in the room, so like and we'll get some unexpectedly good stuff. Like Agatha All Along was surprisingly good.
Yes.
I'm hoping What If season 3 is going to be great. I wasn't too fond of season 2. It had some good episodes, but overall, I thought it was significantly worse than 1. But this one has Mommy Storm, so maybe it will be better. Obviously, Daredevil Born Again is going to be peak. The new Spider-Man looks ass. I'm sorry.
The new
the animated one.
Yeah,
it looks fucking horrible.
I don't understand why they went with that animation. Like it doesn't look the greatest. It's got to be cheap as hell to do.
Like. Not even that cheap, like because they went with CGI, and I know and I noticed that because I know it's kind of a trend even within anime to kind of experiment more of like a more 3D CGI kind of vibe, and the problem is like if you're not really fucking good with that tech, it is going to look really bad.
Yeah.
And unfortunately that seems to be what I'm hoping the story is good, but from what I've seen so far, like I was like, all right, well I was like, okay, maybe, but then I was all right, so let me judge the combat. Then I saw some of the combat and I was like, that looks bad. Yeah, that's going to be rough for me. I'm a stickler when it comes to animation quality. Like if your animated show has like noticeably bad animation, like your story, your characters better be really really interesting to kind of do the heavy lifting. Otherwise, it's going to be tough. So I'm hoping that at least the writing can kind of make up for it looking horrible, but we'll see.
Here's a quick deviation for you since we were talking about animation. Have you seen any of the trailers for the new Lord of the Rings?
I have.
What do you think about that?
wasn't on my radar, but you know,
Just because like when I look at something like that, the quality of that animation versus like the quality of like the Spider-Man show,
yeah,
it's like a night it's a night and day
yeah,
difference, right? Like it's
like
fucking head and shoulders.
like we that's my thing. Like if I look at your if it's animated and I
Mhm.
see like it noticeably looks like it fucks, I'm gonna watch it.
Yeah.
Even if I don't necessarily like, I don't hate Lord of the Rings. I like, obviously, I thought Rings of Power was ass, but I was never a huge Lord of the Rings fan to begin with. I did like the movies. I tried to read one of the books, didn't like it when I was a
Mhm.
kid, but yeah, so I'm not a huge super Tolkien fan. So I'm just kind of like, if I see something, I'll check it out. And this one I'll definitely check out. Like I never played The Witcher stuff, but I saw, the Henry Cavill, I watched that. Obviously I stopped after season 1, but they had a couple animated ones that were really good.
Right.
So that's an easy way. That's an easy way to hook me. Like, they want to do some more. I think they should just in general do more like really, really kind of adult centered animated content, especially anime style.
Yep.
I thought every time I've seen like a superhero Marvel, it's DC kind of thing, it's been really good. Like the Suicide Squad Isekai anime,
Mhm.
I thought was definitely one of the strongest of the year. There's a couple X-Men anime that were really good. There's a really good Wolverine one. There's a great Iron Man one. There's a lot more potential there. I think they should be exploring with the animation for both Marvel and DC.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. So I just want to get your thoughts on it because every time I go to the theaters, they're pushing it pretty heavy in the theaters around me. So it seems like every big movie they're sticking
Yeah.
that trailer on it. So I'm hoping it does good because I'd like to see more, like you said, like adult centric animated like
Yeah.
TV shows, movies, like especially with all these big properties because it seems like we're close, like we're on the cusp of it. We're just not fully there yet, right?
For sure. Like it went on my radar because I was doing research for a video because Warner Brothers is going to have a big presence at CCXP next month.
Mm.
And one of the things they're going to be promoting heavily there, besides the Minecraft movie, which
Yeah, that's a rough one, eh?
yeah, but one of the exhibits they're having there, they said they're going to have an interactive exhibit for that Lord of the Rings movie.
Oh, sweet. That's sick.
Yeah. So that looks like something they're going to be promoting heavily there as well. Going to be curious what else, because WB Pictures is going to be there, Discovery, and WB Games. That's the really interesting. That's what really caught my eye and made me raise eyebrow, because I understand everyone else being there, like the Minecraft movie, Lord of the Rings, Creature Commandos comes out the same day that CCXP is happening, so obviously you're going to promote some of that stuff. There's rumors that maybe that's the day they drop the Superman trailer, but if WB Games are going to be there, like there's not much they're doing. So I'm thinking of what like they could do. Like are they going to have something for Hogwarts Legacy? Because they haven't announced that definitive edition that we know they're coming out with.
Right.
Maybe maybe something for Quidditch World Cup, something you're addicted to.
Yeah, it's you know what? It's funny you say that because the Highruler curse strikes again, eh? Because it's sad because the game almost does everything you want. Like there's no microtransactions like at all, right? Everything is in game earned. You play it, you earn it, you own it. You get it.
What did you do?
It's just the biggest things is that when the game came out, it was 3v3 with 3 bots, right? And people hated it because it left you feeling like you weren't having the best experience possible, right?
Right.
And it took them until season 1, which was I think a couple months for them to do it. But by the time they did that, people left the game. So
I quit after the tutorial, honestly.
it's a fun game. I after playing their 6v6, I understand why they did bots, because now the game's a little bit of a clusterfuck. Because the arena's too small for all those people versus the bots. The bots are kind of like, kind of not the smartest, so they're not totally active in the game at all times. But when you have 12 people or 10 people, 2 goalies, the game just becomes a mess. And I feel like they've kind of, been put in a corner a little bit. And unfortunately, it seems like the game's fallen to the wayside just a little bit.
Just like multiverses.
Yeah, that one's tough too, eh? Like just watching those guys kind of dig their own grave there. That's unfortunate.
Yeah. I like to me, I like Quidditch, but never that like I like Quidditch in the context of a already story driven game.
Yes.
Like I never I didn't really think about it. Like I thought it was an interesting idea, but the idea of like a pure PvP Quidditch game was kind of like, I don't know. It wasn't something that spoke to me personally. I kind of just like the Harry Potter games where you just kind of just got to play as Harry or just be a seeker and just do the thing. It's like I don't mind playing against bias. I like it within the context. Like I would like it if Hogwarts Legacy just had like a Quidditch mini game. You know, nothing too serious. You know, because I'm not that into the game. But there's a couple other things they could have used. It. Like how the hell do you have a near perfect Hogwarts game where they've almost perfectly recreated the castle, and you can't eat in a Great Hall? What the fuck?
Yeah, it seems like they missed out on some of the smaller details, right? Like the smaller, I guess role play details, but like just kind of those more immersive things that you would like to be able to do. Yeah,
it was like almost perfect, but I'm definitely looking forward. I'm definitely will tap back in for the definitive edition, but I'm wondering if they're going to announce that and maybe finally give us something for Wonder Woman, even if it's just to tell us. Like kind of what they did with Arkham Shadow, like, hey, here's a little something, and then tune into this next show for Jeff Keighley's product placement presentation for more.
True. Yeah, just enough to kind of tease you, right? Like just so you like, and I feel like a lot of it is just for the general audience, so they're still kind of like in the know that like it's happening, right? Because like you and I and everyone that probably watches the after show and loops in on your guys' channels, like of course they know like Wonder Woman's still being made, but for the general audience, they're probably like it's in one ear at the other, essentially, right? So
literally, I've gotten like on videos that I've made about the Wonder Woman game where people like they made a Wonder Woman game.
Oh man, hey, you can't fault people like that, man. Like that's how you like, and no disrespect to them, but like that's how you earn your money sometimes, right? Like.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't, the marketing hasn't been the best, but it's a while away, so it's understandable. But eventually, they definitely gotta make they gotta do something. They gotta make a push. Like I don't know if it's if the development problems are behind them. I hope it is. And they can, because I heard they want to target 2025, and if that's the case, then it's getting close.
Best of luck with that one. Like, but hey, maybe they're gonna do one of those, kind of quick drops, right? Like trailer, 3 months.
I mean, the key is going to be positioning in 2025.
Yeah,
because 2025 is packed, but you kind of know where to avoid certain stuff.
Yep.
Like February is basically a no-go zone.
Yep.
And you want to kind of avoid you're not sure exactly when, but once you start getting into the late part of 2025, you kind of want to avoid GTA 6.
Yes.
So, but right now there's nothing really big other than that schedule. It's kind of this like if you look at the schedule, it's kind of like, okay, all right, you have a pretty stacked February, and then there's kind of like nothing there. There's a bunch of other stuff there, but it doesn't have release windows yet. You just know Monster Hunter Wilds and all this shit is here in February. Then sometime at the end of the year, maybe even 2026, is going to be GTA 6.
You know what? I wonder how many publishers are playing chicken right now with that one, because like the moment that's announced, all those games are getting moved. Like at least given at least like a buffer window, because no one wants to be in competition with that. So I wonder if a little bit of chicken's being played, trying to see if 2K is gonna announce the release date, and then it's one of those things for sure.
I legitimately think it's like they're waiting for them to announce. Like because if they say if they can say, okay, we're gonna do holiday 2025, then we know that means November, December.
Yep.
And so that I think that's what they're kind of waiting to hear definitively on.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. And I think that's just going to be crazy.
Yeah, that's why there's so many blanks kind of in 2025, because we know there's a ton of games coming out, but they're just saying 2025 for now. Like they're not committing. They're not trying to commit because there's so much stuff other than the stuff in the beginning of the year. Like we don't know where Rise of Hydra is going to go. Borderlands 4, Mafia, Death Stranding 2, Ghost of Yotei, Crimson Desert. Like it's all it's going to be crazy, and everyone's just kind of. I feel like everyone's just kind of waiting for GTA 6.
Yeah, and the funny thing is though, we're gonna be in this position next year after all these games have come out. You know what people are gonna say? There was no good games that released this year.
No good games. Where'd all the good games?
Where'd all the games go? I didn't play any games this year. Like unfucking believable. We'll just repeat the same conversation.
Like because we had literally had that in 2023, or or we're gonna have the Game of the Year nominations, and people are gonna be like, what the fuck is a Monster Hunter?
Yeah, exactly.
How did that get? Or what's it? No, I know. I feel like Crimson Desert is going to be like the Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah.
Of 2023 is gonna be like. I think it has potential to be like, just a giant, insane RPG, but because it doesn't have a big branding attached to it, people are going to see it and are going to be like casuals like they were with Baldur's Gate 3, like, what? Never heard of this game. What's Spider-Man 2 one? Like it's gonna be kind of that. Like it's gonna be like GTA 6. What's this?
Yeah.
I feel like if any game could beat GTA 6 for Game of the Year, just looking at some of the games, I feel like realistically, like Crimson Desert, maybe Mafia,
yeah,
or some kind of more obscure turn-based game.
Yeah, something that could just comes out of like nowhere and just kind of captures everybody. Yeah, like one of those like indie games or whatever, something like that.
It's going because there's going to be so much competition. It's going to be an interesting game award season.
Well, let's double check what DLCs are coming out next year so we can start assembling our list.
Well, we got Spider-Man 2 DLC.
Yeah, there you go. That's a solid contender. So I can't wait to put my vote towards that one.
Actually, hold up. There might be some Destiny DLC.
Oh, see that perfect. There you go. That's Game of the Year. Right there.
Are they dropping Marathon next year too?
You know what? They might be, but it's tough, man. Bungie's in like a really weird position. It feels like Bungie was just kind of poached from Sony like recently, where like a lot of the staff that were working on certain projects got absorbed into Sony Interactive, and now they're like overseeing like the live service stuff from like not within Bungie but within Sony proper. So it's one of those where I like if Marathon comes out and it tanks, it's not
they probably will.
Like probably will, because extraction shooters are kind of like, I think we're past that point now. It's not the end of Bungie, but it's the end of the leadership of Bungie. Like Sony will clean house 100%. And depending on already. I 100% agree with you. And I think that's kind of where it is. And regardless of how you feel about Destiny or whatever, I think, to that point, Bungie leadership should have been cleaned out a long time ago, because, like you have the market leader in these live service MMO like games, and you squandered it. And now now your game's not played, your game's not streamed. Every content creator has kind of diversified themselves away. Like, and because of that, you're now riding the coattails of a genre which is already kind of left mainstream, right? Like the only notable extraction shooter is Escape from Tarkov, but even Escape from Tarkov, one's losing players, two being botted all hell, and you end up competing with all these weird little indie games that have like 2,000 players because the genre is just stagnant right now. And I don't think Marathon's gonna be the one to shake it up in any sort of meaningful way.
Oh,
So
not at all. And from what I heard, they had to like significantly scale it down.
yeah, like scaled it down. They've had to, change directions a couple of times. Like it seems like they took an IP that they knew they had, and they're like, okay, what can we do with this IP? And then they've completely botched it 3 ways to Sunday, and now they're left with this kind of weird amalgamation of a bunch of different things, and they're hoping it sticks. Like it's gonna be, and I hate to say it, but if it has a $40 price tag, you're looking at Concord 2,
Oof, yeah, actually, yeah, because there was literally nothing. I was actually less interested in Marathon than Concord when comparing initial trailers. Like the first trailer for Concord was super mysterious. It was like kind of like oh, was this space exploration? It's given a little No Man's Sky, a little.
Yep.
Okay. What are they cooking here? Okay, I'll check that out. A little Flight of the Navigator. Okay. And then you see Marathon. You're like, the fuck is this horse shit?
Yeah, it was exactly. And it's just unfortunate because, like, in some ways, Bungie sets the trends, and then in this case, they've completely followed every single trend right off the cliff. So it'll be interesting to see. But yeah, I'm not expecting big things at a Marathon for sure. I think that's going to be a hard flop for sure.
No. My thing is, I'm curious about. Do you think Insomniac tries to get Wolverine out by 2025, or you think they take the extra year?
I'd like to think they take the extra year. I don't know, man. Like, I don't know the one thing I struggle to take into consideration is how much external pressure really plays a factor into a lot of these things, right? Because like with some developers and publishers, like if you bitch at them soon enough or long enough, they do kind of cave in small ways, right? And you can kind of see that with some of their decisions through patches, whatever. I don't know if Insomniac caves like that. So if their plans are to release in 2026, there's no amount of like bitching at them on Twitter is gonna do. But I don't know. I just hope the game is going to be good. I'm really scared that game's not going to be too good. I don't really have a justifiable reason to say that. It's one of those situations where I'm looking at it and I'm like,
bigot,
please be good. Yeah, maybe. Like, I just hate white men, dude. Like that's all it is.
We're watching too much Grums.
Yeah, honestly, like. I'm trying to wrap up Dragon Age as soon as I can so I can delete that shit off my system apparently. But I
finished it after 61 hours. My first.
I think let me check. My Steam's a little fucked because I didn't close the game one night and I went to bed. So my Steam says 76. I'm probably closer to low or mid 40s right now. And I'm just at the point where I can go finish the game, but I'm just wrapping up some side stuff before I go do it. So, and that's a game too. Like, the game wasn't perceived as the best, but I like it, like same. I think it was a pretty solid B plus game,
Yeah. Like my thing is like, I think I enjoyed it more because I was not a Dragon Age fan.
Yes. Yep.
Like so I can definitely so I came at it purely from an outsider. I didn't play any of the other Dragon Age games. I had no connection to the series. I was like, okay, I came in as someone this actually might have been similarly bad or worse. I came as someone who had in the last year played Baldur's Gate 3 and Dragon's Dogma 2.
Yep, exactly.
So I was coming in like, okay, I played those games. Now there's a new RPG coming out. Let me see what that's about. So I wasn't judging it as a Dragon Age game. I was judging it as an RPG, an action RPG compared to Baldur's Gate 3 and Dragon's Dogma 2. And compared to Dragon's Dogma 2, I thought it held up. I thought the combat in Dragon's Dogma 2 was overall better. I thought it captured the exploration, but the story, apart from the secret ending in Dragon's Dogma 2, the story is just absolute shit.
Yeah.
Dragon Age story is 100 times better, even with all the cringe political bullshit. The story of Dragon's Dogma 2 is truly horrendous. And I thought it could have benefited, like they didn't even attempt to have like relation. Like the problem with Dragon's Dogma is that Dragon Age the Veilguard is that your companions are forced upon you. You know, you don't organically meet them. You can't choose who you're going to party with. You know, they're stuck with them. But at least you get companions to build relationships with and talk to. Like Dragon's Dogma, you get your one pawn who has no personality, and then you can just hire random pawns who also have no personality, and that's the extent of it. But I thought the game really shined in the exploration. Like you have this giant fantasy world, and it rewards you for because like maybe the main story was ass, but like you could find like really cool quests and pick up these really cool weapons and abilities and stuff. Like I thought they did that really well. You'll just be going through a cave, and all of a sudden you'll stumble upon this crazy secret boss. Like I thought they kind of nailed that Elden Ring approach really well. They just didn't nail the RPG story elements. Whereas I thought Baldur's Gate 3 was like a masterclass in storytelling and character writing, but personally the turn-based combat, not for me. Didn't appeal to it. Didn't hook me, made me kind of bounce off of it. But I stuck with it as long as I did and thought I'd come back later because of how great the story and the exploration and the writing and stuff like that was, getting, all the choices and stuff like that. And I thought that's where Dragon's Dogma felt more kind of like Hogwarts Legacy than anything, where it's kind of like you have choices, but not really. It's more like a straightforward action game, kind of wearing RPG as a cosplay. Like it doesn't really commit to it. But I could definitely see if you're a Dragon Age fan where you would like it, because it's definitely not as dark, not nearly as dark as the other ones. Not as well done as an RPG, because it's not really an RPG in those ways. So I can see that criticism, but I still enjoyed it for what it was. I thought it was much better than some of the people were saying it was. I feel like a lot of those people just didn't even play the game.
Yeah, and that's where I'm at too. Like it just seems like a lot of the people didn't take the time to like sit down and actually like sink, even a couple hours into it. Once you get past like the initial kind of introduction to the story, and you kind of start leveling up your character and getting a couple abilities, like everything that I've been able to do is like a fire build, and like it's just the whole scope of the game is like really well done. But yeah, I'd probably agree with you that it probably sits, at least for me, it sits above Dragon's Dogma 2, but sits well below Baldur's Gate 3. That's for sure.
Yeah, for me, funny enough, I would put. I feel like it's hard for me to pick between Dragon's Dogma. I think Dragon's Dogma 2 actually, yeah. I still rank it higher, because I think Dragon's Dogma 2 is one of those games where you either love it or you hate it.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah,
because there's a lot of bullshit in that game, and it makes you not like I intend to do another playthrough of Dragon Age the Veilguard. I'm actually already started a second playthrough of Veilguard on a rogue, and I'm definitely going to finish that. I dread the idea of going back on Dragon's Dogma 2, and I kind of love the game, but I never want to play it again.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. Like I think, like, I know they're never gonna do DLC for Veilguard, but if they ever did, I'd jump at the opportunity. If they ever did DLC for Dogma 2, I don't think they could give it to me for free, and I'd play it.
Yeah, I gave it an 8.5, but I genuinely would never do a second playthrough of the story. Unless
that's totally fair.
Unless they I really enjoyed it, despite all the many things that pissed me off and disappointed me. I really enjoyed the game, but I think the more frustrating thing is that I could see how this clearly could have been like a 10 out of 10 game, and they just had so many unforced errors that I just don't understand why they went in that direction. That just completely fucked it up. And held it back. But like for me, I never had a moment like and that's the thing. I think that's the difference. That why I gave Velgar like a 7.5, and why I gave Dragon's Dogma an 8.5, because there's never a moment in Dragon Age of Velgar where I'm like, holy fuck, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Or what? You'll like there's so many of those moments in Dragon's Dogma 2, so many crazy satisfactory moments that happen, especially in combat. Like because the thing about Velgar is like it's so like your companions can't die. So there's kind of like so it kind of eliminates that pressure in the in the combat scenarios but they can go down in Dragon's Dogma 2, and you have to be able to manage that, because if they go down, like that makes your party weaker, so you have to be able to revive them, and it adds a lot more stress and pressure to the situation. So I'll have these moments where, and not even just like normal, not even story boss battles, like I'm just wandering a road trying to get back and it goes at nighttime, like, oh shit, they say you shouldn't be out at night, and then all of a sudden this fucking ghost skeleton swordsman comes out of nowhere. I think it's called a Doulahan, and I have the biggest fight of my fucking life. Like this thing was better. This thing was harder than all the bosses. Like I fought an actual kaiju statue later in the story, and it had nothing. It had nothing on this fucking Doulahan. That's just a random encounter on the road. Like this is like an epic battle. Like he's got different mechanics. I have to adapt for. Like and I had the only way I was able to overcome it was like was exploring and unlocking this really broken build. And even then, like it was kind of a tough battle. And I was like, I never had any of those, like any cool moment really. Like I felt throughout the Velgar, it was just like, okay, this is fine. You know, it was kind of like watching. It was literally just kind of like watching like an average Marvel movie.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, I can see what you're saying. Like it kind of just hits the same beats over and over, but doesn't really elevate itself to where you'd like it to go.
Yeah, exactly. You'll have like the biggest moment should be like, oh, okay, that's pretty cool. Okay, oh, that's all right. Oh yeah, you have moments where you're like, oh, that's fun. It's but there's never a time like where you're just like, oh, I feel like I'm trying to think of what MCU movie I could compare Dragon's Dogma. I feel like Dragon's Dogma 2 was like this is kind of perfect because this is a hot take. This is probably a hot take.
Okay.
This is a hot take for me. I feel like the Veilguard was Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Okay.
And I feel like Dragon's Dogma 2 was Endgame.
Okay. I can see where you're going with that. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, because Endgame, I thought, was a deeply flawed movie that people only love because of the ending.
Sure.
But you could see enough of the movie where you could see where it could easily been like a 10 out of 10.
Yeah, where they could have elevated it. Yeah.
If it had, they had to make some better decisions and better plot. Like it has 10 out of 10 moments, but it's probably, if we're being honest, like an 8 out of 10 movie.
Right. There's not enough of those 10 out of 10 moments to kind of patch up where it kind of falters. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Like you have scenes you have parts of Endgame, like when Natasha and Clint are fighting to see who's going to sacrifice themselves. You have some cool moments like them going back to Avengers 1. Obviously the third act, the battle with Thanos, all that stuff. And I feel like Dragon's Dogma 2, you got some incredible moments with when you're exploring, some really cool combat and stuff, and then that secret ending just elevates things to another level.
Yep.
But the whole package has just so many glaringly bad flaws that just kind of drags the whole thing down and makes it just miss that mark. And it's frustrating because you see how close it could have been if it just didn't do just dumb stuff that you don't understand why.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I totally get what you're saying there. Yeah, I definitely think you're onto something. So, I mean, I think that's pretty fair. I think we could both probably agree Failgar got shit on, and it's a better game than what people are saying it is.
For sure, but it's definitely not like a masterpiece or
yeah,
100%. or a return to form.
Yeah, I don't think it's a game of the year candidate. I know people were kind of thinking it would sneak its way in there. It's definitely not a game of the year candidate. Like I said, it's a B to a B+ game for me.
Surprisingly snuck its way into game of the year for a golden joystick.
Well, hey, maybe they're better than the other guys. Maybe that's the top tier game awards that we should be paying attention to.
Actually, kind of was overall. Like I thought that was a choice, but overall kind of based.
I'll be clipping this and sending it to Jeff Keighley. You will never be allowed to do anything with his stuff again.
I'm sure he doesn't care. Like he doesn't send those emails out.
Yeah, that's true. He's got people for that. That's for sure.
Yeah. The only bad thing about the golden joystick is that for whatever reason they decided to just fill the entire thing with copyrighted music.
Oh fuck.
So it's basically just unusable on YouTube. like usually when he shows, it's like, oh, it's like a couple songs. You throw it, you go into the editor, you can get rid of it. It's fine, bro. Yep. Just within within an hour of the stream ending, I had like 12 songs. I was just like, you know what? Private, just no.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say at that point when there's so many, it's not even worth the time to go in there.
Like literally not. If it was a bigger stream, I would have taken more steps to get around it. But like in the future, guys, less copyrighted music, please. It added nothing to the show.
Did they give you any like advance warning ahead of time or
no, they never.
Oh fuck. At least if they said like we'd like you to stream this, but there's gonna be copy, like then you could be like, well fuck that. I'm not gonna waste my time, right?
Yeah, they never did. I realistically I probably just should have streamed the Star Wars Outlaws DLC. But
next time right? Stream like a award show where you're not gonna be able to use it or play a video game. There you go.
Yeah, never. All right. It is midnight, so I'm gonna wrap it up. Thank you for holding down the fort, Mr. Feet Ruler.
Of course, man. Happy to do it. Listen, I love talking with you guys, and any chance I can hijack the stream a little bit and have some fun, I'm happy to do it. So
it's always a good time. We always love having you. As much as we make fun of you for ruining all of our favorite live service games.
We got a couple coming up, man. Listen, I'm all in on Delta Force and Rivals that launch back-to-back days. So
I'm hoping you ruin Delta Force and Rivals to stay.
If I ruin one or both of those, I'm going to be very depressed. So I'm just gonna work for the rest of my life. So it's unfortunate.
As long as it's not Rivals, I'm okay.
I'll keep that in mind.
We'll be fine. Hey, I think you should lean into Rivals. No, lean into Delta Force, and then when that fails, know that Rivals pops off. You can get in on Rivals because you're already
that's true.
You're already kind of in there on Rivals. Have you started making your Marvel Rivals YouTube content yet?
No, I haven't done anything, man. Like I you know what? I just I don't really have the drive to sit here and be like, hey guys, welcome back to the channel. It's Highruler here. Like I don't have the drive anymore. Like so I just sit here and do nothing. So
you should find the drive because if it pops off like it has the potential to, assuming your curse doesn't affect it,
I could quit my job next year.
You can quit your job.
Yeah, no, you might be onto something. So that might be
think about that. Think about that when you're sitting around doing nothing.
Yeah, true. Either do something and potentially quit my job, or do nothing and sign on to work the next day.
That's literally what I did. So
Well, I appreciate it, man. Yeah, no, I'll definitely look into doing some stuff eventually. Hopefully,
if you haven't already, what are you doing? Go follow Highruler on everything, mainly Twitter.
Follow my Twitter. Yeah, follow my Twitter. My Twitter is recently I've been on a tirade against Ticketmaster and the powers that be that control that shit. But eventually it's just going to be Marvel Rival stuff in the next couple of weeks. So,
and some Taylor Swift and Amaranth content. So if you're into that, definitely give him a follow. Always a pleasure. Hopefully we can get a Miller at some point again, especially with the big Marvel Rival stuff coming up. Be on the lookout. We're going to have Blitzwinger on at one of these. He's agreed to come on, and I'm also going to see if I can get Mighty Keith on as well. Get him to talk about the culture war.
That'll be fun.
Yeah, that would be a good time. So everyone, have a safe and a wonderful Thanksgiving. I hope everything is well. I hope you're speaking to your families after the election. I honestly I would just let bygones be bygones. It's MAGA country now. Just be nice to your relatives.
And you know what? If you don't like some of your relatives, they may get deported anyways. So why not?
So it's probably fine. It's probably fine anyway. Life is too short to be mad at your relatives over political stuff you have no control over. Be kind. Overeat. Don't overeat too much, but have a little something. I'm gonna be a little non-traditional this Thanksgiving. Usually I get kind of the staples, the cranberry sauce, the stuffing. I never do turkey because it's a trash bird. But
that's crazy, man. I can't come back on this shit. That's insane.
Turkey's horrible, and you should feel bad for eating it.
Oh, fuck, man.
I'd much rather have a rotisserie chicken. This year I'm going Eastern theme with my Thanksgiving.
Oh.
I'm still going to have the cranberry sauce because that's a staple. Got it. And I love the cranberry sauce, but I'm going to have, instead of like the usual stuffing and everything pairing, and obviously avoiding the turkey because it's trash. I'm going to have karagi, which is Japanese style fried chicken. Some onigiri, which are the really delicious roasted rice balls, and a little ramen. I think I'm gonna switch it up a little bit, and then just mix in with a little cranberry sauce to be a little American.
Love that for you, man. Sounds great. Well, I it's not Thanksgiving here, but I am. I booked my bus ticket. I'm gonna cross the border and go fight you guys for Black Friday on Friday, Saturday. So it should be fun.
That's always a good time. I mean, I honestly kind of Black Friday's kind of gone off the wayside because it's now like kind of Black Friday month.
I know. So like I'm going, and like I'm hoping I can get in there, but I realize that it's not the same anymore. So like, I'm gonna go to Target at like 8 a.m. Saturday morning, and it's just not gonna be the same anymore.
No more lines around the corner, no more fist fights. Like it's kind of like I couldn't get in there in person. I'll just go online and get an Amazon deal.
Bunch of pussies, honestly.
Back in my day, I tell you,
you were going in there and you were throwing hands, man. Listen, that's what I wish, but unfortunately, I'm just gonna have to sulk a little bit.
I miss the days at Toys R Us. I was actually I think I was like 8 years old, and this grown ass woman reached into my cart and stole my Power Rangers toy that I've been looking for like forever.
What a death wish, man. Like, Jesus.
What a bitch.
That's insane. I don't know how people do that. I don't know how they have the balls for it, but I mean, Jesus.
Well, I like to think that she saw the error of her ways, or was murdered during the George Floyd riots.
Probably.
I feel like that would be justice.
There's justice out there somewhere, and she's 6 feet under the ground.
You stole from a small black child. you get killed in the Black Lives Matter riot. It's totally fair.
Jesus, little do you know is that she had one of those small businesses that was broken into. So
if there's justice in this world, I'm very for it. All right, appreciate y'all. Happy Thanksgiving, all that good stuff. We'll catch y'all probably same time next week, unless anything crazy happens. I'm Sadot the Gamer. That's Highruler. Casual Avengers, still eating deep dish. Once again, rest in power, our buddy Thor. Enjoy Valhalla. Peace.